Good morning. I am now going to read my decision on a point of order that was raised yesterday, late during yesterday's sitting. A point of order was raised by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader in relation to language used by the member for King Vaughan when quoting from correspondence. In quoting from the said document, the member for King Vaughan had taken the appropriate step of replacing the name of the Prime Minister by his title. However, she did read into the record a relatively strong and offensive term in relation to that member. In his intervention, the Parliamentary Secretary argued that one should not do indirectly what cannot be done directly. As we were getting close to the adjournment proceedings, I undertook to take the matter under consideration and come back to the House if necessary. First off, it is an acceptable practice for members to quote from correspondence they receive. As mentioned in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition at page 614, and I quote, "Members may quote from private correspondence as long as they identify the sender by name or take full responsibility for its contents," unquote. It also says on the same page, and I quote, "There is no standing order which governs the citation of documents. The House is guided mainly by custom and precedent. Generally, the reading of articles from newspapers, books, or other documents by a member during debate has become an accepted practice and is not ruled out of order, provided that such quotations do not use language which would be out of order if spoken by a member," unquote.
This can be confirmed in several Speaker's decisions, particularly that of Speaker Milliken from 8 November 2006 on page 4895 of Debates, where it is reminded that members cannot do indirectly what they do not have the right to do directly. And the use of non-parliamentary expressions by quoting from others is unacceptable, and we will not tolerate these type of comments.
I would urge all members to stay away from such comments, even when quoting from documents. Taking unparliamentary language from a quotation and then attributing it to another individual does not make it more acceptable. I thank all members for their attention. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Privilege, resuming consideration of a motion of privilege. Failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kimmich.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member has, from King Vaughan has 6 minutes and 30 seconds left on her debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind the House I am continuing my intervention from last night, where I was reading into the record correspondence I received from Stephanie. These are her words. I watch clips of what is going on in the House of Commons and in Parliament all the time, and we are going in circles.
Sorry, before the honourable member continues, her paperwork is hitting the microphone, so I just want to clear, so she can restart. Thanks.
I'm watching clips of what is going on in the House of Commons and in Parliament all the time, and we are going in circles. It does not matter how many scandals or how much corruption has taken place with these NDP Liberals. They are getting away with all of them. It is as if they are completely above the law. What will it take for an election to happen? How many more damage will this Prime Minister and his little sinister sidekicks do between now and the next election? We are all reeling here about what has happened to a member of our work family in our community. Do we collectively stop giving assent to the CRA? Do we have any power at all? Is it all a reuse? I'm counting on the leader of the Conservative Party for change. I am deeply concerned and devastated by what has happened to my country and what a mess my kids now have to navigate. I have a message for the Liberal NDP MPs in Ottawa next time you see them, if you would kindly oblige me. To all of you sitting on the Liberal side, you who are fully aware by now of the criminal acts and corruptions of several members of this government. You made a promise to your constituents to represent them in Ottawa, yet you are sitting here today saying and doing absolutely nothing. Somehow, I don't think the people who elected you would be okay with $400 million unaccounted for and the multiple of scandals that have taken place with this government in the last 9 years. Blazingly stolen tax dollars on the backs of hard-working Canadians who put their trust in you. The member of Vaughan Woodbridge even tried to gaslight Canadians by telling them this is their decade and they have never had it so good. Are you kidding me? Have you actually spoken to anyone in Woodbridge recently? I have, and I beg to differ. Take a good look hard at yourselves. Did you not go into the line of work? Did you not go into this line of work for the love of country and your communities? I find it very hard to believe that every single one of you went into this to steal, lie, and deceive. It can't be possible, yet here we are. Your collective inactions and your complicit behavior is treasonous. Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. You will be held to account when the next government takes over and have to clean up the mess you have created. And to the cowards waiting, to the cowards wanting a secret ballot because you know what is going on is wrong and you will not be willing to speak the truth. You should be calling their crimes out from the rooftops in full light of day. We are looking, we are listening, and we are watching. We will not forget. What do I say to my friends and family to give them hope and convince them to cast their vote despite their fatigue and frustrations? We need inspiration here. We are tired, we are sad, and we don't recognize our country anymore. You and the leader of the Conservative Party got my vote. Please do not let us down. Please continue to fight hard and give us hope. With all my heart and sincerity, Stephanie. Madam Speaker, I hear her anger, I feel her frustration, and I share her concerns. She is not alone. I hope the Prime Minister and all the supporters in the NDP Liberal government who have remained quiet hear her as well. She has touched so many issues and concerns in her letter that are shared by many Canadians. Crime, lack of transparency, and continuous scandals and corruption, which has led to their fatigue and frustration. Stephanie, if you're watching, here is our promise to you. Conservatives will axe the tax, which will make the cost of everything more affordable. Conservatives will build the homes so that your children can realize their dream of home ownership. Conservatives will fix the budget, and Conservatives will stop the crime in the hope that no other little boy will ever, ever have to witness their father being shot and feeling that it was his fault. I will leave the NDP Liberal with the last sentiment from the British philosopher Edmund Burke, and requoted by many others over the years. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is that good men and good women do nothing. Madam Speaker, these are the words of constituents from my riding of King Vaughan. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member in the speech mentioned what happened to the country. I'll tell you what happened. When the opposition parties were involved in petty politics, we were working hard for Canadians. We have, with our actions and programs, the inflation rate has come to historic low. The interest rates have been cut 4 times. The Canadian Consumer Index is at 30 months high. The rents in Toronto has fallen down by 9.4% year over year. These are the kind of things we are focused on. We are working hard for Canadians when the opposition party and the Conservative parties are playing petty politics. I would like to ask the Honourable Member to specifically address the things that are happening today in the economy, how the global inflation that has been tamed by the actions of our government, how we have addressed the affordability issues of Canadians, and what the results that we are seeing today.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, I'm a little concerned. We're talking about $400 million of hard-earned taxpayer dollars. We need to report to the Canadian public why this government refuses to release the documents. They need to be held accountable. He can talk about everything he wants, but what about the 1,400 tent encampments? What about the lineups, over 2 million people in food banks? What about the 5.42 million meals served by Sidam Food Bank in 1 month? How do you explain that $400 million of hard-earned taxpayer money being wasted by this corrupt government?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, honestly, I think we have to be realistic in here right now. We have the Leader of the Opposition who refuses to get security clearance so he can get that information. You know, he refuses to get security clearance, period. Even if he didn't want the information about how his own party is implicated in foreign interference, even if he didn't want the information that says the leadership race that put him in the position he's in actually was corrupted by foreign interference, he could still get his security clearance, except he's chosen not to. So the Conservatives have spent weeks doing this thing where they're rage farming all over the country, but their leader who wants to be the Prime Minister of this country refuses to get a security clearance. And every single Canadian should be worried about that.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
It's very interesting, Madam Speaker. Like Stephanie said in her letter, the NDP Liberal government are in a coalition. She is trying to deflect from the fact that this government has created a $400 million scandal where individuals are lining up at the food bank. The Prime Minister is the only one that can release those names. Why doesn't he do that?
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, according to the testimony my colleague provided, I only have one comment. Your comments and my condolences to Stephanie and to the man who was murdered, particularly for his son. But here's what I have to say. You were very brave. We can't hold it against you. But now, growing up in shedding light on this, you need to be proud of your bravery in a very difficult moment that no one should have to live through. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague. I also want to explain that it was very hard for me to read that letter about the 6-year-old boy who witnessed the shooting of his father and who called his grandmother and said, "It was my fault. I could not protect my daddy." That's not the Canada that my grandfather came to in 1950. Criminals have more luxuries and freedom than the survivors and the victims. 75% increase in violence against women and children. 75%. And why is that, Madam Speaker? I'll tell you. The laws need to be changed if we're going to protect our communities. So I thank my honourable colleague, and I thank her for her kind words, and I agree with her. This little boy is a hero. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Agree.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really want to thank my colleague for her speech today and yesterday. It was very interesting. I often get in my writing asked to speak at schools, high schools, and talk civics classes, leadership classes, and there really seems to be more than ever a distrust to many politicians of all stripes. So I'm just wondering if the member opposite is hearing that because of all of these scandals continuously, like we can name them one after another, and what it will take so that the public has trust in members of Parliament once again. Thank you.
The honour member for King Vaughan.
Thank you to my honourable colleague. I hear the same comments day in and day out. My phone continuously rings, and people are tired. They're fed up. They're fed up that their hard work is not bringing home the paychecks that allows them to support their families. We need to have a carbon tax election. We need that election now. And that's not just the Conservatives saying it, that's the country saying it. I say more, we need a carbon tax election now.
Comments? The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I disagree in many ways with a lot of the misleading information that is always put on the record, and the previous speaker is a good example of that. And I talked to Stephanie, and I give my condolences and appreciate the hardship that she has experienced. But I would challenge the member opposite, as I've done to other members, Madam Speaker. If they really believe what they're saying and they want to be genuine to individuals like Stephanie, why will not one Conservative MP step up and discuss the issue that we have been debating with me? In this case, I will go to the Niagara University of Ontario, challenge the member, and we'll invite Stephanie to be in the audience with us. Let's go to the university and talk to a class of individuals that are not political partisans, and listen to what she has to say compared to what I have to say to them, and allow those students to pass a judgment in terms of a vote. Will the member opposite do like what no other of her colleagues have done and accept the challenge? I'll make the trip to Niagara University, and let's see if we can generate a classroom and invite Stephanie to listen to the arguments that she has to make related to this motion that we're talking about today, Madam Speaker. Will she?
Member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, I accept that challenge. And I will tell you something else. So will Stephanie. Because I had a long conversation with her. And she explained to me that when her family came to this country, they could afford a home. They could afford to support their families. Work hard meant that you get to save up for a vacation. That's not happening today. You could have your children play hockey in the streets and not worry about the crime that's running rampant in our country. You could make sure that the government was accountable and transparent. That's not happening. Why will they not release the documents to the RCMP so we can explain to Stephanie and all the other constituents what this government has done with their $400 million?
This question, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I agree with my honourable colleague to this extent that people really are struggling right now. In Vancouver Kingsway, I know that people are having trouble paying the skyrocketing rent. People can't afford a home. People are living paycheck to paycheck. People are facing food insecurity. And people do need help. My question is, she referred to one of her constituents, Stephanie. I have constituents, in fact, a senior named Mary, who contacted me last week, who told me that for the first time she went to the dentist and she got dentures. She had been living without teeth for years. She could not eat an apple. Her nutrition suffered. Her overall health suffered. And she got dental care, primary health care, because of what the NDP has done in this parliament. So I'm going to ask her directly, will she stand up in this House if she forms government, and will she cut that dental care that will hurt millions of Canadians, including seniors, who need that dental care? Or will she stand up and say here in this House today that she will support and keep and expand the dental care that's helping Canadians in this country?
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the question from my colleague. I will say this. If the wasteful spending of this Liberal NDP government had not occurred, we would have had the funds to support our seniors. We would have had the funds to make sure that they are able to go to the dentist. We're not talking about just $400 million. How many other scandals? The $60 million scandal. The billions. Like, let's be honest here. The money that they're wasting because of the NDP coalition with the Liberals could have helped millions of seniors, but they refuse to stand firm.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm always pleased to rise in this House on behalf of the great people of Sturgeon River Parkland to talk about their priorities in this Parliament. Now, after 9 years, the evidence is clear that this NDP Liberal government have proven themselves too costly in terms of crime, taxes, corruption, and just plain incompetence. I'm proud once again to rise in this House to hold this Liberal government to account, to Parliament, to our democracy, to all Canadians for their corruption and incompetence. Now, what we're speaking about here today in this Parliament is about a ruling that the Speaker made that this Liberal government violated an order of the House of Commons by refusing to submit full unredacted evidence for a criminal investigation into a $400 million green slush fund scandal. This ruling, combined with this government's actions, has paralyzed Parliament, preventing focus on issues like the skyrocketing cost of housing, Liberal inflation on food, and the rising rate of crime. What we're dealing with today is an issue of this Liberal government's incompetence and negligence in terms of $400 million of inappropriately diverted money at the Sustainable Development Technology Canada that was funneled into the hands of directors who had a conflict of interest, who had a financial interest in the companies that they were sending taxpayer money to. Now, these directors were directly appointed by this Liberal government. They were accountable to this Liberal government. They were accountable to the Minister of Industry. And this government refused to act while $400 million taxpayer dollars were misappropriated for personal gain. Until the Prime Minister meets our demands to release the full unredacted documents to the RCMP, Parliament will be forced to continue with this very important privilege debate, and they will find no rest. Conservatives will continue to fight tooth and nail to stand up for the rights of Parliament in this House. We will fight tooth and nail to stand up to this government's corruption. We will fight tooth and nail to ensure taxpayers get every single stolen dollar back. Now, what we're talking about here is parliamentary privilege. And for those Canadians who are tuning in who might not understand what parliamentary privilege means, it means that members of the House of Commons have rights. This is a sacred principle that we inherited from the Mother Parliament at Westminster. This Liberal government has violated the rights of Parliament by refusing to release documents that this Parliament demanded. These powers to call for documents are rooted in the very Constitution of this country of 1867 and in the Parliament of Canada Act. This issue is so significant that the Speaker has had to rule on it, and we've been debating this for weeks in the House to the exclusion of all other issues because this government continues to paralyze Parliament and refuse to hand over the documents that Parliament has requested. Now, if this government thinks that it has a mandate from Canadians to refuse to hand over documents that Parliament has demanded, they must take it to a higher power, the people of Canada, so that they can get a mandate to withhold these documents. They do not have that mandate. They do not have the courage to call an election. And so that's why we're here today with a paralyzed Parliament. Now, the Liberals have claimed that they can't release these documents because they're going to infringe on charter rights. Well, it's a very novel argument. This is an appeal to ignorance, as they say. It might infringe on rights, so we must withhold it, without offering any clear or concrete evidence to back up this claim. What I say, Madam Speaker, is that the Charter was created to protect Canadians from the excesses and evils of government, not to protect government from accountability from Canadians and Canada's Parliament. These redacted documents that were provided were heavily redacted, censored, and blacked out. This level of secrecy in a country like Canada and a country anywhere across the world is wrong. It's preventing us from holding this government to account for the way they spend our money. Now, it is Parliament that has the authority to spend taxpayers' money. It is Parliament, those hard-fought privileges that were fought for in the 1600s and the 1700s in the British Parliament that we have inherited here in Canada's Parliament. Those were very hot. These were literally wars fought over the rights of Parliament to raise money and to spend money and to hold government to account. In fact, there was a king who was actually killed because he refused to submit to the will of Parliament. That is how serious a precedent this is, and that's why the Speaker has had to make a ruling that Parliament's rights were violated. Now, before this matter can go to committee, we have to insist that the RCMP and Parliament have full access to the information that we have called for. This issue deserves to be handled with the utmost seriousness, and it needs to be put as a priority for this Parliament. Now, all opposition parties agree, except for these Liberals, that this demand must be met. These Liberals don't have a majority. They don't have the right to defy the will of this House. They don't have the votes to defy the will of this House. So if they want to get a mandate to defy the will of this House, they need to take it to the Canadian people, something that they refuse to do, because I think they know exactly what's going to happen if they ask Canadians if they support their move to withhold these documents, and it's not going to look pretty for them. This is a scandal that reflects on all the Liberal scandals that we've seen over 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. Now, why is the government working so hard to hide these documents? Well, when we're talking about $400 million, this isn't chump change. As Canadians are facing a cost of living crisis across this country, it's more important than ever that we ensure that every single taxpayer dollar is spent rightly, efficiently, and that goes to the best possible result for Canadians. Canadians need to hold this government to account in the next election, but while this government refuses to call an election, it is up to this Parliament to hold them to account. While the ballot box might be the ultimate judge, this government refuses to let us go to the ballot box, so we're going to keep fighting tooth and nail until they give Canadians the documents that they deserve. Now, we're in an affordability crisis, and the Liberals are acting exactly the opposite way that Canadians would expect a government to act, especially a government that they only gave a minority, a government that they expect to work with other parties in this House, not defy the will of this Parliament. Instead of discussing ways and finding ways to serve Canadians, we're having to sit here and discuss this government's negligence, their incompetence, and their ongoing corruption and refusal to be transparent and hand over documents about their mismanagement. According to 2024 100 Count report, food banks have recorded over 2 million visits this past March, and more than a quarter of those visits were by children. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, when we're discussing these things today, because this government has paralyzed Parliament, it's removing our ability to discuss these very important issues about how we can deal and bring results for Canadians. And while this government holds this Parliament hostage by preventing these documents from going forward, we can't deal with the very important issues that Canadians want to deal with. Now, getting back to the issue of STDC, the industry minister is the main perpetrator of this scandal. He violated a House order. And I want to go back to a document that this Prime Minister released back in 2015 when they first formed government. In 2015, the Prime Minister sent each cabinet minister a letter, and it was titled Open and Accountable Government, outlined their responsibilities. I want to quote from this document here today. Quote, "To be worthy of Canadians' trust, we must always act with integrity. This is not merely a matter of adopting the right rules or of ensuring technical compliance with those rules. As ministers, you and your staff must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law." In another section, it says, "The trust of Canadians will also rest on the accountability of our government. In our system, the highest manifestation of democratic accountability is the forum of Parliament." Doesn't sound like the government of today. They don't really think that the forum of Parliament is the authority in this country. Quote, "You are accountable to Parliament for the exercise of the powers, duties, and functions with which you have been entrusted. This requires you to be present in Parliament to answer honestly and accurately about your areas of responsibility, to take corrective action as appropriate to address problems that may arise in your portfolios, to correct any inadvertent errors in answering to Parliament at the earliest opportunity, and to work with parliamentary colleagues of all political persuasions in a respectful and constructive manner." You know, we've come a long way since 2015, and I doubt that this government would put a letter to cabinet ministers today with a straight face, because that's not the NDP Liberal government that we've been seeing over this past 9 years. I further quote, "Ministers must answer to Parliament's questions on how public monies were spent, as well as to account for that use. Whether a minister has discharged responsibilities appropriately is a matter of political judgment by Parliament. The Prime Minister has the prerogative to reaffirm support for that minister or to ask for his or her resignation." I want to quote again, public monies, ministers must answer to Parliament's questions on how public monies were spent, as well as to account for that use. This government is refusing to hand over documents about how $400 million of taxpayer money under the industry minister's portfolio were misdirected to insiders, some insiders who are very, very close to this Liberal government, including a Liberal environment minister who still holds shares in one of the companies that received at least $10 million through this program. A program that the Liberal environment minister, before he became the environment minister, was a very effective lobbyist for. This is insider. This is Liberal cronies at the trough with taxpayer dollars. Now, the Prime Minister, it says here, has the prerogative to reaffirm support for that minister or to ask for his or her resignation. I just want to think about the past history of Liberal ministers who have resigned in this government. And it seems like the only ministers that this Prime Minister's ever asked for their resignation or ever forced to resign have been the ministers that have stood up to him. Why is it only the ministers that stand up to this Prime Minister that are asked to resign? It's not the ministers who misplaced $400 million of taxpayer money because they weren't holding their board of directors accountable under conflict of interest rules. Conflict of interest rules that these ministers fully knew were being violated. In fact, members of the board even raised the conflict of interest rules to the industry minister at the time, and it was ignored. They knew full well that there was conflict of interest going on, and they did nothing to prevent it from happening. And now $400 million has been misspent. Why is it that the Minister of Industry is not being held to account for this mismanagement? It just doesn't appear that mismanagement or negligence is really a cause for firing in this Liberal government. The only thing that's a cause for firing in this Liberal government is standing up to the boss. Well, Parliament is all about standing up to the powerful. It's all about standing up against the sort of obscurity, the sort of opaque government that refuses to hand over documents and be fully truthful and honest about how things went down and who got rich and how they were connected. No, those things, you know, if you can cover up those things, you can be in cabinet. But if you stand up, let's say if there's a scandal related to a company that's facing prosecution and you're facing pressure from a Prime Minister and a PMO that's calling for you to intervene in a active investigation by asking a special prosecutor to give a deferred prosecution agreement. No, you can't do that. You're out of cabinet. But if you allow $400 million of taxpayer money to be misspent, there's no consequences. I ask, has this government met its own standards of integrity and accountability? Well, as outlined in this 2015 document, I think it's very clear to all Canadians that they have not. Canadians don't expect perfection. They know that governments are going to fail and mistakes are going to be made. But they do expect accountability. They expect openness, honesty, transparency, and they expect that the trust that they put in this House and in this government is going to be respected. I know there's many Liberal MPs in that caucus who agree with this. And I encourage them to have the courage, like the ministers that this Prime Minister fired for standing up to him, to stand up to this Prime Minister and to this government for their mismanagement. Because unless we get more members of this House to stand up to this Liberal government's mismanagement, their negligence and their corruption, we're not going to get any results until we have an election. Now, when we talk about this debate today, it brings up another issue from the past, the sponsorship scandal. Now, the sponsorship scandal involved over $40 million and led to the collapse of the Liberal government at the time. This green slush fund is a $400 million scandal. I know inflation's bad under these Liberals, but it certainly hasn't gone up 1,000%. The cost of Liberal corruption inflation appears to be about 1,000%. Well, it's $40 million back in the 90s and 2000s. Now it's $400 million today. Inflation. The Auditor General found that the Green Slush Fund violated conflict of interest laws 186 times. The Liberals also showed massive indifference during the $56 million and change Arrive scam scandal, when we had developers who came forward and said they could have done this for a fraction of the cost, less than $1 million. Right. And yet we had these sole source contracts, these backdoor contracts going towards a company, and they weren't actually even making the app. It was all being fed to subcontractors. And really, this is what we've seen after 9 years of this Liberal government, is that we're not able to do the kind of things that we used to be able to do in this country. We have to contract it out to somebody else who they can't even do it. They're a middleman. And they have to subcontract it to the actual people who do the things. And when we have all these multiple levels of contracting and subcontracting, the costs keep going up. And people know that this Liberal government's not watching the cash register. They don't care how much money is going out. And so very quickly, something that should have cost less than $1 million is costing $56 million. That's the cost of Liberal inflation, Liberal negligence, and Liberal mismanagement. You know, we have a Prime Minister who doesn't seem to think that the rules apply to him. We saw this back when he traveled to a private island. Despite conflict of interest and ethics rules showing that taking private planes and going to islands owned by private interests was wrong. In fact, there's even some very interesting revelations that have been made years later about how people in the Prime Minister's office didn't even know that the Prime Minister was going to be going. They begged, when they did find out, they begged him not to go, but nobody was going to convince the Prime Minister not to go on that bleep trip. Those are their words. I'm not going to say them in the House. But that's this Prime Minister's arrogance, Madam Speaker. He wasn't going to be dissuaded from something that he wanted. And, you know, people look at leadership and they say, what's our leader doing? And when they see what the Prime Minister of Canada is doing, it gives them an opportunity, it gives them the license to do the same. And so it's no surprise under this Liberal government that we've seen cabinet ministers, when they were in the private sector between elections, allegedly claiming that they had Indigenous heritage in order to try to score lucrative government contracts. We had ministers appointing their friends to boards where they would have a massive conflict of interest, in this case where hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money was being misdirected to companies where there were conflicts of interest. It's this Prime Minister's leadership, and it's filtered down into this cabinet. And the fact is, as this Prime Minister has set a precedent, he's made it very clear that if you do what I say, if you cover up, if you deny, and keep pushing forward and do whatever I say, you will be protected. You will still be in cabinet. But if you stand up to what I'm doing, if you say I'm wrong, you're out of cabinet. You're out of cabinet. And that's what happened with Jody Wilson-Raybould. That's what happened with Jane Philpott. They stood up to this Prime Minister, and they suffered the consequences. And that message has been heard loud and clear in the Liberal Party. It's why they have to ask permission to even stand up to the mic and speak in their caucus meetings. It's why they have to beg to even have the opportunity to have a secret ballot in this country. I mean, secret ballot is a fundamental basis of our modern democracy, and you're not even allowed to have those things inside the Liberal caucus. Now, we had whistleblower testimony, and they said they think that this current government is more interested in protecting themselves than they are from letting this public nightmare continue. They'd rather protect the wrongdoers and the financial management than have to deal with situations like SDTC and the public sphere. Another whistleblower quote, "It's one thing to say nothing has been found as of yet, but that obfuscates from the fact that nothing has been looked into for that matter." Now, Conservatives applaud these whistleblowers who stand up for Canadians, unlike these Liberals. It should be the Liberals going to the department and asking the questions and finding the truth and saying, this is what happened, here's who's responsible, here's how we're holding them accountable, and this is what we're going to do to make sure this never happens again. But they're preventing us from doing that. They're withholding these documents. And they say, well, the RCMP says they don't want the documents. Well, if the RCMP doesn't want the documents, they can send them. They can send them. And the RCMP can do whatever they want with them. They can use them, they cannot use them. But the fact that this government seems so eager to defy the will of Parliament to prevent these documents from seeing the light of day, it's really suspicious, isn't it?
Highly suspicious.
Why is this? Why are they working so? Why are they burning weeks of parliamentary time on this privilege debate, all to prevent these documents from seeing the light of day? They say, you know, the RCMP says, you know, they might use it, they might not use it.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
I greatly regret interrupting the proceedings, Madam Speaker, but I think if you look for quorum, there isn't sufficient quorum, and we should take care of that.
I will double check on that right now. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Prime Minister's Secretary also has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, there were members of the Conservative Party behind the curtains. Do they count as part of the quorum?
Sorry, what was that?
there were members of Conservative Party behind the curtain. Does that include part of quorum?
Sorry.
They're in the chamber.
We will check. We will check to see if there's quorum in the House, and I'll get back to you in a second.
There is not.
How many people online?
We have 19 in total, including.
Okay. Okay. So we're going to ring the bells.
It was good. It was so good that your police did not want you to get all the limelight.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, there's quorum now. Yeah, we do have quorum. We do have quorum now. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland has 1 minute and 17 seconds left.
1 minute, Madam Speaker. Well, it's not going to take me much of a minute to outline what Canadians already know, is that this government is too costly, they're too corrupt to be trusted to continue governing this country. Madam Speaker, we need a carbon tax election. We need an election to deal with this government's corruption and this government's waste. This Liberal government is undermining our democracy. Throughout this scandal, this Conservative Party has fought to uphold our democratic principles in this House, principles like the supremacy of Parliament. This government is undermining our democracy. They're disrespecting Canadians. They're disrespecting the House of Commons by refusing to hand over documents that this Parliament has demanded. The Speaker of the House of Commons himself, who came from the Liberal caucus, who has ruled that Parliament's highest authority has ordered the Prime Minister to hand over these documents, and yet this order has been defied. This is parties across the House have voted to have these documents. This isn't just Conservatives going after the Liberals. This is what Canadians want to see. They want to see these documents handed over. This government has broken their trust with Canadians, and after months they still refuse to comply with the will of this House. If this government doesn't want to comply with the will of this House, it's time to take it to a higher power, take it to the Canadian people so they can get a mandate. They're not going to get a mandate, so let's get to an election right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the honourable member started his speech with the words, after 9 years, evidence is clear. So let me tell him what evidence that is clear after 9 years of our government. From the high inflation, we have created 1.1 million jobs since 2015. From 8.1% high inflation rate in June 2022, it is now at 1.6%. The Canadian Consumer Index is at its 30 months high. We have the lowest deficit to GDP ratio amongst all G7 countries. We have got lowest debt to GDP ratio amongst all G7 countries. I know the honourable member is knowledgeable. I ask him to show one economic indicator that Canada, amongst all the G7 countries, one economic indicator where Canada is not the best.
Honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, I mean, it's mighty generous of the member to ask me for one. I think I could name several. Our GDP per capita in this country has been collapsing under this Liberal government. It sounds as if these Liberals are saying that Canadians have never had it so good. I said in my speech, 2 million Canadians are going to the food bank. If that's not an economic indicator, I don't know what is. 1,400 and plus homeless encampments across this country. Canadians, this government is failing Canadians. They're talking about all of these GDP numbers. We have an article that recently came out that said Canada needs to stop chasing American-style GDP as if GDP was like a theme, not an actual economic indicator. But under this Liberal NDP government, every single Canadian is worse off, I guess, other than Liberal insiders in this scandal, perhaps, who are very well off. Insiders are very well off under this government. But the GDP per capita of this country is collapsing under this Liberal government. And our dollar is losing strength under this Liberal government. Our dollar, which underpins our purchasing power, which will raise inflation when this dollar falls because of this Liberal government's policies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Madam Speaker, it's very evident that the Conservatives no longer have confidence in the government. That's all well and good. The Bloc doesn't have confidence in the government either. But we have been debating this question of privilege for over 3 weeks now, and the Conservatives are not tabling any kind of vote to reverse the government or change government. So can the colleague explain when they will initiate a confidence vote so that we can change the government?
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my speech, the rights of Parliament have been violated. Now, that's not just my opinion. That's the opinion of the Speaker of the House of Commons, somebody who was elected by a vote of all the people in this place. And they have ruled that this government violated the rights of Parliament by refusing to hand over documents in a fully unredacted form, as Parliament requested, relating to a $400 million green slush fund scandal. Conservatives will not stop fighting until we get the documents that Parliament has demanded. We have a right to demand those documents, we have a right to receive those documents, and we're not going to stop fighting until we get them.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Questions and comments? Thank you, Madam Speaker. My Conservative colleague has raised an important matter, the matter of confidence. What also matters is the confidence and trust that our people have in our institutions. Given that there's so much foreign interference, how is it that all party leaders in this place have obtained security clearance to know what's going on within their party and their caucus, and the only party leader who's refused to do so is the Conservative Party's leader? How does someone who wants to become Prime Minister be ignorant about this type of important knowledge?
The Canada that we knew 9 years ago seems so far away. It's a Canada where we didn't have widespread foreign interference interfering in our election. Particularly in the 2021 election, when I know my colleague Kenny Chiu, a Conservative in this place who lost his seat, faced significant foreign interference. Foreign interference that was not dealt with by this Prime Minister and this government. They allowed it to happen. And you know why, Madam Speaker? Because they benefited from it. It benefited them. It benefited. They won those seats where that foreign interference happened, Madam Speaker. And so Canadians will never apologize, because when we were in power, our streets were safer, houses were more affordable, we didn't have a carbon tax on food, fuel, and home heating, and Canadians could get ahead, Canadians could build a life. The dream of Canada was still real. The dream of Canada can still be brought back. And that's why we want to see a carbon tax election, so we can get back to the Canada we know and love, and I've always loved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Speaker. It was an honour and a pleasure to listen to my colleague from Sturgeon River Parklands give his great speech this morning on this scandal we're once again being faced with. I was very curious to hear, after his remarks, a member from the Liberal side stand up and talk about how great the economy is in Canada. Well, in Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte, I'm hearing far from that. There are a lot of people struggling. Food bank is up. Over 7,000 people a month now in Barrie are using the local food bank. I'd like to ask my member from Sturgeon River Parklands if he's hearing the same thing as in his riding about the poor, tough economic times as I am in Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, this isn't an issue that's relegated to just one part of our country. This is an issue we are seeing across this country. And as we go into Remembrance Day next week, I think it's very relevant to talk about veterans food banks. There are veterans food banks in this country that are seeing a massive increase in the number of veterans who are reporting homelessness and who are reporting food insecurity. And the way that this Liberal government talks, veterans have never had it so good. And yet, veterans from my riding were told directly by the Prime Minister. Brock was told by the Prime Minister, they're asking for more than we can give. And when veterans are calling this government for help, you know what the response they get is, have you considered medical assistance in dying? It's shameful, Madam Speaker, what this Liberal government has allowed to happen to this country. They can try to hide behind all their funny accounting, but the fact is that Canadians are struggling because of this NDP Liberal government's policies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Chair. It's great to see everyone this morning. Chair, through you to the honourable colleague, Statistics Canada revised the economic growth for Canada from 21 to 23, revised it higher by 1.3%. The per capita GDP story that's being told or spun from the other side of the House actually doesn't work anymore. Our per capita GDP actually recovered fully after the COVID pandemic, even with global inflation. From 19 to 23, that story is not true anymore. Statistics Canada demonstrated it. A couple of the economic shops demonstrated it. And look, Madam Speaker, we know when Canadians go to the grocery store, we know the everyday prices they're feeling from global inflation. Our plan, we are helping Canadians. We'll always help them with affordability issues, a number of measures. Would the honourable member not agree that the numbers reported by Statistics Canada is a good news story for the Canadian economy, for both economic growth, per capita GDP growth, and for our future outlook with the IMF giving us a 2.4% GDP growth for 2025, the highest in the G7.
The honourable member Sturgeon River Parkland.
Madam Speaker, when I go out and talk to my constituents, I had a senior couple reach out to my office, and because this government during the pandemic told everyone to take CERB money, they said, just take the money, we'll deal with the issues afterwards. So, the senior couple, they didn't really know what they were doing, but they took the money. And once this government decided to claw that money back because it wasn't appropriate in the case of this family that they took the money, it impoverished this family. It sent them to the food bank, and they called my office and they said, Mr. Lloyd, we've eaten nothing but bread for 3 months. That's the record under this NDP Liberal government, is that people can't even get the nutrition that they need. We're seeing malnutrition in children on the rise. We're seeing scurvy make a comeback, Madam Speaker. And yet, these Liberals stand up in this House and tell Canadians, you've never had it so good. It reminds me of a quote from Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake. And that's what they say every day in this House, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a quick question that goes back to the question my colleague got from the Bloc member about when we're going to have the next confidence vote in this government. I just thought it'd be important to put it on the record. We've actually had 2 since we've come back this fall, and both times the Bloc Québécois and the NDP continue to prop up this Liberal government. So it's more just a comment, Madam Speaker, I wanted to get on the record.
Honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland, a brief answer.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. When I door knocked in my riding, you know what the people say to me? Just get rid of the Prime Minister. We need to get rid of this Liberal government. That's what they want, and that's what Canadians across this government are saying, because they're sick and tired of 9 years of Liberal costs, Liberal carbon taxes, Liberal corruption, and they want a carbon tax election. They want a confidence vote. We've had 2 confidence votes. We're going to keep holding this government accountable. We're going to fight so that Canadians can get the carbon tax election they deserve, so they can choose which government they want to give a mandate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise today and address what has been a littering of misinformation on the floor of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. I've, over the last number of weeks, have witnessed well over 150 Conservative speeches, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, it can be a fairly depressing at times with the amount of misinformation that they consistently put on the record. You would think that there's someone in the back that's actually telling them what to say. They are so repetitive, Madam Speaker. And it's not that easy to throw them off track because they've been instructed by the leader of the Conservative Party in terms of exactly what it is that they have to say. It doesn't have to be the truth, but they have to say it, Madam Speaker. Rumor has it, if they actually say it and they say it right, they get a gold star, Madam Speaker. And there's a number of them that actually get the gold stars. A lot of gold stars, I would suggest to you. Let's give a reality check in terms of what's actually taking place. We have the leader of the Conservative Party, who I would ultimately argue is in borderline contempt of what's taking place on the floor of the House of Commons today, Madam Speaker. And I don't say that lightly. Think of it, Madam Speaker. The leader of the Conservative Party today was the parliamentary secretary to Stephen Harper. Stephen Harper was the only prime minister, not only in Canada, but the entire British Commonwealth, to be held in contempt of Parliament. Why am I not surprised to see that the current leader is following that suit? After all, not only was he his parliamentary secretary, they're also very close.
I'm sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member leads. Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have no idea, but it strikes me that the statement the leader of the opposition is in borderline contempt is an attempt to say something that cannot be said through the front door, through the back door. I hope that member would withdraw that. And while he's at it, his factually incorrect statement about Stephen Harper being held in contempt should also be withdrawn. That is not what happened back in 2011. It's a matter of public record.
That this is becoming a point of debate. I will certainly look at what the Honourable Parliamentary said, and if need be, we'll come back to the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The truth might hurt the members opposite, but it's about time that they stop listening to the spin and the Conservative misinformation that comes out of the back rooms, Madam Speaker. They spread it throughout the country. And it's really quite unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because it has the type of impact that we've witnessed by a letter that was quoted from the member from Kings Vaughan earlier, Madam Speaker. And I hope that she actually follows through and takes me up on that challenge. She said she would have a public debate with me at Niagara University, and I hope that that actually takes place, Madam Speaker, this year. Because it is absolutely atrocious, the amount of misinformation that consistently comes out of the Conservative Party. And they do it through misinformation primarily through social media, Madam Speaker. And they don't have a problem saying it. They say, why? Well, we will produce, as soon as we produce the papers, they'll stop talking and allow the House to go on to different issues. Madam Speaker, the reality is the Conservative Party of Canada introduces a motion. The motion says that the issue be given to Procedure and House Affairs Committee. They have put up over 150 speakers. Everyone wants to vote on the motion, but the Conservatives, they don't want that. They don't even want to have their own motion voted on. They move an amendment. They move an amendment to the amendment. They run out of speakers, so they drop that amendment, and then they move another amendment to the motion, Madam Speaker. It's nothing but a political game. The leader of the Conservative
Sorry, I have another point of order. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, we are told daily, multi-times throughout the day, to be cognizant of our microphones, where our placement of our cell phones and papers are. This member knows full well that there's no need to raise his voice, and if not for the sake of the members in here, for the sake of the translators, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member, it's not a point of order. I do appreciate, sorry, I have 2 points of order. One of them is from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I would ask members to respect the fact that we have points of order so that if you have a legitimate one, to rise up. But to intentionally disrupt a member from speaking, I believe, is disrespectful for the House, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, the members know that the debate's ending right away, and what you're doing is very disrespectful for debate inside the chamber. And Madam Speaker, I would ask the members to be advised.
Order. The Honourable Member Caribou Prince George, I would ask him to be respectful and to not speak out of turn. The interpreters do have the ability to lower the level of what they are listening to, and so the honourable member knows full well, because he himself at times raises his voice in the House as well. So I'm going to finalize this point of order, then we're going to go back to the orders of the day. The honourable member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I strongly object to the member telling another member not to speak in a louder voice, because tomorrow somebody may speak that you speak with an accent. The translator may not understand. Your English is not good enough. Grammatical mistake, the translator may not understand. This is what it leads when we start indulging in this sort of problem.
I appreciate everybody's input. As I've indicated, this is more getting to be a point of debate. I do want members to respect each other in the House. And as I've indicated, the interpreters do have the ability to lower the sound in their booths. And so I would hope that that will put everything to rest. At that point, the honourable member... Honourable member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will be able to continue his speech after next time this matters before the House, which will probably be right after QP. He's going to have 16 minutes and 40 seconds, the next time this matter is before the House. And we are now going to statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam Speaker, Every year at the 11th hour, on the 11th day of the 11th month, we pause to remember the end of World War I. We gather to honor the brave Canadians who served and continue to serve our country. This Monday, November 11th, I will be commemorating Remembrance Day with the many Vaughan residents at the Woodbridge Cenotaph. We will gather to remember the sacrifices of the Canadian Armed Forces and reflect on the freedoms they fought so hard to protect. With each passing year, Madam Speaker, we are reminded that the cost of peace is not free. With it comes much responsibility to all Canadians. Our liberties were earned through the dedication and sacrifice of countless men and women. Their sacrifices have shaped the Canada we know and love today, free, peaceful, and united. As we observe a moment of silence, let us remember to those who continue to serve at home and abroad, who stand for freedom, democracy, and against tyranny. Thank you to the generations of Canadian Armed Forces that serve and that have served, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
On October 31st, 2024, Haldimand County lost one of its most dedicated and longest-serving community leaders, Marie Traynor. Marie was someone who exemplified service. Even after holding the highest level of municipal office, serving as mayor, and after winning 3 mayoral elections, she came out of retirement and ran as a councillor, representing her hometown of Hagersville. That was who Marie was, a devoted, humble, selfless leader and a groundbreaker. Marie became a friend and a mentor to me, always supportive as I took on the role as a member of Parliament, and always showing me what good leadership looked like. I extend my heartfelt prayers and condolences to her family who are mourning her loss. While we will miss her deeply, her contributions to Haldimand County and her legacy will live on in our hearts.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Madam Speaker, tomorrow I will have the privilege of attending the Remembrance Day ceremony at the Markham District Veterans Association in my riding. It will be a solemn occasion where we will come together to honor those who have fought and sacrificed for the freedoms we live with today. The association is a reminder of the value of community and our duty to promote the recognition of memories of the members that served Markham. As we pause to reflect on their sacrifices, we must also renew our commitment to supporting veterans and their family across Canada. Remembrance Day is not only a day of reflection, but a reminder of our collective responsibility to safeguard the values they fought to protect. Finally, I want to remember my mother-in-law, who passed away yesterday at the age of 99. Lest we forget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday was International Inuit Day. For a people whose governments and churches tried to eradicate, we sure have achieved a lot. Just to name a few, we have lawyers, doctors, people in the trades, care workers. We have great entertainers. I thank Ilisaksevic, who I enjoyed such laughter playing Inuit. I thank Northern Hayes, who continue to inspire me through their music. I thank Johnny Ningyungan, Mary Wellman, Beatrice and her husband Lucasy, and many more. I mourn the loss of great elders. Losing them must remind us to keep learning from their strengths. We must take care of them in our communities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Madam Speaker, as Remembrance Day approaches, I suggest that we pay tribute to the men and women veterans who served our country, sacrificing their lives in the name of freedom to ensure our future and that of our children. We must never forget their sacrifices and the terrible consequences of war. Let's also pay tribute to the members of the Canadian Armed Forces.
We have a duty of recognition and memory towards these women and men who sacrifice everything. And please, let's give our thanks to the serving members of the Canadian Armed Force. Lest we forget, nous nous souviens.
Lest we forget.
The honour member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Speaker, today is National Indigenous Veterans Day, a time set aside to remember and recognize the often overlooked stories of Indigenous veterans who answered the call of duty with unwavering courage and dedication. Indigenous peoples in Canada have served in every conflict, from the First World War to the present day. Many Indigenous men and women step forward, often in the face of discrimination, marginalization, and injustice, to secure and protect future generations. To the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis veterans who have served Canada, we thank you. We thank you for their bravery, their sacrifices, and their dedication to protecting not only the land, but the values of peace, equality, and respect. Your service, like that of all veterans, deserves to be remembered and celebrated today and every day. Let us stand together to honor all those who have served and uplift Indigenous veterans, ensuring they are never forgotten, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Today, as Remembrance Day approaches, I rise to pay tribute to the profound sacrifices made by Canadian veterans, past and present.
A great country, we pause to reflect on the extraordinary courage, commitment, and selflessness to men and women who have served and continue to serve to protect our freedom and democracy. Today, we also mark Indigenous Veterans Day. We recognize the bravery and sacrifices of Indigenous veterans, paying our deepest respect and gratitude for their unwavering dedication to protecting our country's cherished values and rights.
In Ottawa Centre and neighbourhoods across the country, we will gather on November 11th to lay wreaths, observe moments of silence, and share stories of heroism to keep the memory of our veterans alive.
Lest we forget.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we near the end of Veterans Week and approach Remembrance Day, I want to take this time to recognize the brave men and women across Canada, particularly in my riding of Don Valley West, who have fought for this country. Over the years, millions of Canadians have bravely fought in World Wars I and II, the Korean War, in Iraq, and in Afghanistan. More than 125,000 Canadian Armed Forces members have served in international peacekeeping efforts in dozens of countries over the decades. The world is dangerous. There are growing international tensions, and we as Canadians owe our security both to our courageous veterans throughout history and to the over 63,000 active military personnel who currently dedicate their lives to keeping us safe. I encourage everyone to attend a Remembrance Day ceremony this Monday to thank veterans and to pay tribute to those who currently serve in our armed forces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, after 9 years with this Liberal Prime Minister, violent crime is up, gun crime is up, and home invasions are up in Toronto and the GTA. Canadians no longer feel safe on the streets, and some communities are even hiring their own private security to patrol their neighbourhoods. In Toronto, there have been 126 more shootings this year than there were last year. And guess what? One of the victims, Trevor Dalton, is the brother of my staff member. This hits close to home in Toronto St. Paul's. We've also seen cars stolen at gunpoint, homes invaded with guns, and a police officer shot at Yonge and Eglinton. This government has done nothing to stop the iron pipeline of illegal guns coming from the United States that make up 85% of those seized by Toronto police officers. What the NDP Liberals have done is make life easier for repeat violent criminals with their catch-and-release bail policies. Only the Conservatives have a plan to stop the crime and bring home safe streets.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Madam Speaker, on November 8th, Canadians pay tribute to the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, all of which have served Canada in times of war and peace for more than 200 years. Thousands of Indigenous people have proudly served in uniform. However, despite their service, their sacrifice on the front lines, Indigenous veterans were subjected to repeated injustice and discrimination. Often they were denied access to the benefits, and supports given to other veterans, making their transition back to civilian life even more difficult. Decades of advocacy and activism led to a formal apology and compensation from the federal government in 2002. On Indigenous Veterans Day, we honor the service, struggle, courage, and sacrifice of all those who serve at home and around the world and across generations. Giskuk, Mwiwalukig, Imsit Smaganisk, Donweji Dabnik, Mudden Dabniko. Mayapchu, Wandaswalnek, Walaliak. Bravo.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, actions speak louder than words. Just a few short weeks ago, the NDP leader said this: "The fact is, the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, too beholden to corporate interests to fight for the people." But instead of listening to the will of the people he claims to represent, the sellout leader of the NDP continues to prop up this corrupt Prime Minister. Turns out when he claimed that he had ripped up his coalition deal with the Liberals, it was all just a big Hollywood stunt. He's complicit in every Liberal scandal and failed Liberal policy like inflationary deficits, failed drug legalization experiment, giving hard drugs to kids instead of treatment, hug-a-thug, catch and release policies which have led to a 50% increase in violent crime. Every day this Prime Minister remains in power is because of this sellout NDP leader. It's time for him to put his money where his mouth is, stop being Twitter tough, and join us in calling for a carbon tax election.
I just want to remind the member, although it didn't elicit any reaction, I do want to remind members to be very careful with the words that they use and to be respectful towards other members. The honourable member for Bow River.
The House is seized with the question everybody wants to know: who is Randy? After months of speculation, yet another astonishing twist in the fraudulent Indigenous procurement scandal that has seen billions of dollars shelled out to people pretending to be Indigenous for financial gain. Just yesterday, news broke that the Liberal minister from Edmonton Centre's company bid on federal contracts while claiming to be Indigenous-owned. But this is not the first time the Liberal minister's clouded his identity. When discussing government contracts, his business partner says the name Randy appeared several times due to autocorrect. Then he refused to say who the other Randy was. After 9 years of the NDP Liberal government, it's never been so good to be a Liberal insider. Even the Minister of Employment thinks it's okay to take advantage of Indigenous businesses. The Prime Minister needs to remove him from Cabinet, recover the money, recover those taxpayers' dollars, or the common sense Conservative will root out their corruption after a carbon tax election.
Yeah, well done. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, this Remembrance Week, we do more than remember those who sacrificed for our country. We also remember why they served. My father's family were in the Dutch resistance during World War II. He was just a little boy, but he never forgot the liberation. My father got his first candy from a Canadian soldier. Particularly today, after what happened last night in Amsterdam, it is more important than ever that we learn the lessons of history and never again allow xenophobia and hatred to take hold. We need to defend and protect our pluralism, democracy, and shared humanity. For all of those who served, for the women who had to fight just to stand shoulder to shoulder, for Indigenous veterans who faced discrimination, for 2S LGBTQI+ veterans who were purged, for Persian Gulf War veterans who are still fighting for recognition, for those who came home with visible and invisible wounds, and those that never came home at all. We honor and thank them, lest we forget.
Bravo. Bravo. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
With the Trump election, I hear the words of Antonio Gramsci: the old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters. It's a time of monsters when a world watches a genocide in real time and does nothing. A time of monsters when our world is on fire and our government bankrolls the planet burners. The Trump election was all about empowering the monsters, about validating blame and hate in order to ignore the immense challenges we face. But Canadian democracy is also toxified by those who would chase the algorithms of rage rather than doing the hard work of building community. But evil has always fed on stupidity, and they only succeed if we give them space. So stay focused. A new world is being born. Our job is to birth that world into a better place, to step up and resist the monsters. No passaran. No passaran.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, November 15th is Philanthropy Day. It's a day to pay tribute to the change makers who make such a difference in our communities. Involvement that makes our world a better place in so many ways. I'm always impressed to see the positive impact that community organizations can have when given the means to do so. I'm thinking of the young people we enable to go back to school with dignity, or to discover a sport, or music, or nature, for example, by spending a week at a summer camp. I'm thinking of the transformation of buildings and land into collective and community projects like the Pax Habitat in Joliette. I'm thinking of all the work done by Philanthropie Lanaudière, to philanthropy professionals, donors, and volunteers, and all those who sometimes need a helping hand. I wish you, and I wish us, an excellent Philanthropy Day.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Monday is Remembrance Day, the day when we pause to remember those who served, those who continue to serve, those injured in body or the mind, and those who gave their lives in service to Canada. Canada was built on eternal foundational values, values that include freedom, democracy, the rule of law, pluralism, peace, and orderliness. Yet our way of life has often been threatened or attacked, and it has had to be defended by the force of arms from those who would deny us our cherished values. In Flanders Fields and the Somme, in Italy, on Juno Beach, the hills of Korea, on the Dew Line, in the air and on the seas, from Bosnia to Kandahar, to the war on ISIS, and today in Latvia, where brave Canadians lead a NATO battle group that gives reassurance to our allies. We that live in peace and in comfort owe you a sacred obligation of remembrance, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today in recognition of Veteran Week. Over the past 9 years, our government has made the well-being of veterans and their families a top priority. We've invested over $11 billion to provide new and enhanced services for veterans. We have reduced wait time and improved quality. We have reduced veterans' homelessness in Canada. We have supported veterans facing mental health challenges and other service-related injuries and illnesses. We have ensured that the families and caregivers of veterans are taken care of. We have recognized the unique needs of the women and 2 SLGBTQI+ veterans. And we know there is much more to be done. By collaborating with veterans, other levels of government, non-for-profit, and other stakeholders, we can ensure that veterans can live with the dignity and the respect that they've earned and they deserve for their services to their dedication to our great country. Lest we forget, nous nous souviendrons.
Bravo.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals' cap on Canada's prosperity is a threat to the livelihood of all Canadians. All Canadians benefit from the support of our oil and gas sector in terms of jobs, investment, royalties, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, our dollar. This production cap will mean fewer jobs, less investment, less taxes to fund hospitals and schools, and higher inflation on everything as our dollar collapses against the U.S. Meanwhile, more jobs for American energy and steel workers. Will this Liberal government finally put aside its obsession with grinding our energy sector down, unleash Canada's energy superpower, and scrap the cap?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Let's stick to the facts. Canada's overall emissions are the lowest that they've been since 1997. That's the year that Connor McDavid was born, and they're going down thanks to climate action undertaken by this Liberal government. The Alberta oil sands are by far the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Canada, and the Conservatives want to turn a blind eye to unlimited pollution in the oil sands. Madam Speaker, Alberta's far-right Premier Danielle Smith has spent $7 million on a misinformation campaign here in Ottawa to make polluting free again. That's $7 million that could have hired new teachers, new nurses, new doctors, but instead she's shilling for big oil and gas, and these Conservatives are helping her do it.
Good answer. Good answer.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, speaking of misinformation from this Liberals, the Environment Commissioner confirmed that this Liberal government is not on track to meet its own emissions reduction targets. Canadians are paying the cost of this Liberal government's carbon tax, and it's all pain and no gain. Under the Conservative, Canada's economy grew, and emissions actually went down. But under these Liberals, Canada's GDP per capita is collapsing under the weight of tax hikes. The Liberals' real plan to hit their emissions targets is to collapse our economy and move more jobs south of the border. When will they have the courage to finally admit it and let Canadians decide in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, that is not true. Under the Harper government, pollution went up and up and up. In million metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions, 716, 721, 738, 753. Madam Speaker, under this government, we've brought them down under 750 million metric tons after it was rising under the Harper government to an average of under 700 million metric tons over the past 3 years. Under Conservative government, emissions were projected to be 41% higher by 2030. Conservatives want to abandon our climate commitments to future generations and make polluting free again, and that's not okay.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll tell you what's not okay. The Salvation Army released yet another devastating report on rising food costs. The Liberals' tax and spend policies are driving up costs for farmers who grow the food, truckers who ship the food, and sadly, for families who eat the food. With malnutrition on the rise and scurvy making a comeback, it's no wonder that Canadians are dissatisfied with the menu of higher taxes and inflationary spending offered by these Liberals. It's time to axe the tax so Canadians can afford to eat, and get themselves to work. When will this NDP Liberal government let Canadians decide in a carbon tax election?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire, ministre des Familles, des Enfants et du Développement social.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that we are going through expensive times. This is exactly why we've made investment like the Canada Child Benefit. This means that we send parents over $7,000 per year to help with the cost of raising kids. Parents, when the Conservative leader talks about cuts, he's saying that it will cut these checks and make your family worse off. Is this what families need? No, I don't think so. We fight for Canadians, and we are there when times are tough.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Madam Speaker, new StatsCan data confirms that this government has failed. Per capita GDP has gone down over 8 of the last 9 quarters. People's quality of life is going down, whereas in the U.S., growth has reached 2.8%, much better. With an increase in the carbon tax and taxes on housing and capital gains, the government is once again putting downward pressure on per capita GDP, and this is affecting families. So my question is simple. Will the Prime Minister axe these tax increases which are making Canadians poorer? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, I think that the Conservatives have an inferiority complex towards the U.S. The IMF, Madam Speaker, has predicted that Canada will have stronger growth than the U.S. next year. And this morning, StatsCan revealed that we have created 15,000 jobs in the month of October. Madam Speaker, I hope my colleague understands that we will be there to ensure that the economy continues to grow. I am proud of being Canadian. Why aren't the Conservatives? The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Madam Speaker, The Economist has revealed that Canada is actually poorer than Alabama, the 4th poorest state in the U.S. But under this Liberal government, $450 billion investment dollars have left Canada and gone to the U.S., which has a faster growing economy than ours. So, will the Prime Minister slash taxes to support Canadian families? It's very simple. It's not hard to do, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I don't think my colleague has seen the numbers that came out yesterday from Statistics Canada. Yesterday, StatsCan revealed that our growth is going to be even stronger than initially thought, and that's because of increased investment in Canada. Global investors are interested in investing in Canada because we offer stability, Madam Speaker, and that's what counts. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, Madam Speaker, we should not expect to see Donald Trump water down his threats of mass deportation. In fact, yesterday in an interview, he said he would take action regardless of the cost of the American economy. So there's a high risk of a wave of migration towards our borders. And yet, yesterday, just as Trump was repeating his threats, here at committee, the Minister of Public Safety said that Quebecers' concerns are misplaced. And he said he wouldn't do anything unless there is a crisis. But is it really misplaced to want to avoid another Roxham Road crisis? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. As the Minister of Public Safety said yesterday, whether it be the RCMP or the CBSA, they have operational plans for all contingencies, and we can reassure this House that our borders will be protected. The Honourable Member. Well, while the federal government is still sleeping at the switch, people are organizing at the border, but not the government. Criminal human smuggler networks. They are already the ones pulling the strings at the borders, taking advantage of lack of RCMP resources. They were exploiting asylum seekers during the Roxham Road crisis, and today they are still exploiting people who are trying to migrate from Canada to the U.S. When Trump won the election, they got out the champagne because they are getting ready for a wave of migration. When will the federal government follow suit and start getting ready? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, of course, this government is always prepared to ensure that our borders are protected. The RCMP has operational plans in place to face any possible wave of migrants that might be arriving at the border. We will not be commenting on the operational plans of the RCMP or the CBSA because that could compromise safety. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, the Salvation Army's annual report told us that 1 out of 4 parents are actually skipping meals so they can feed their children. That's 25%. It's like we're living in Les Mis or in a Dickens novel. As a society, it's unacceptable that parents are skipping meals so they can feed their kids. And yet, what are the Liberals doing? They're meeting up with rich grocery chain CEOs and are begging them, well, please be nicer. Please lower prices. It's a joke. When will the Liberals finally take action and allow families to put food on the table? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Madam Speaker, we are there for Canadian families with programs like $10 a day childcare, with the Canada Child Benefit, with dental care. These are all programs that will help families keep more money in their pocket and to face these difficult times, to help them put food on the table and to support their children's needs.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, no one should go hungry in Canada. But the Salvation Army reports 1 in 4 parents are skipping meals to save money to feed their kids. Meanwhile, grocery CEOs are gouging Canadians and raking in record profits. While the Liberals do nothing, Conservatives will let families go hungry because CEOs fund their election campaigns. It's time to cap essential food prices so everyone can put food on the table. Will the Liberals take action or continue to stick by greedy grocery giants like the Conservatives?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Madam Speaker, our government provides hundreds of dollars a month tax-free to help families with the cost of raising a kid. We've also helped implement a national child care program saving families on average $800 a month, and are investing in feeding 400,000 more kids healthy meals at school. And I note that that member in particular worked on a national school food program for many years, advocating for that. Isn't he happy that our government is stepping up to invest over $1 billion over 5 years to feed 400,000 more kids across Canada?
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost to Canada. The worst decline in living standards in 4 decades, the worst drop in income per person in the G7, the worst economic growth in the OECD. What's their wacko plan now? Slap a job-killing oil and gas cap on Canada, make everything even more expensive, and drive out jobs, businesses, money, tech, and talent. Over 450 billion Canadian dollars have fled Canada, fled them to the U.S. When will the Liberals stop fueling the U.S. and help Canadians instead.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Let's talk about GDP per capita over time in Canada. Between 2006 and 2016, Canada's GDP per capita under Harper grew from $40,504 to $42,134. That's about $1,800 over 10 years. Under this Liberal government, it's grown from $42,000 a year to $53,372 in 2023. That's by more than $11,000. So Conservatives, you don't need to pull out your calculators. $11,000 is more than $1,800.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Keep telling Canadians they've never had it so good. The truth is these NDP Liberals hurt Canadians every time, but help the U.S. and hostile regimes. It's nuts since so many countries want Canada's energy. Ukraine, Germany, Poland, Japan, South Korea, Greece, and Latvia all ask for LNG, but these NDP Liberals say no. 1 million Canadians need powerful paychecks from oil and gas jobs, but 9 years of killed pipelines, energy tax hikes, and oil and gas cap sends jobs and monies to the U.S., Canada's top ally and competitor. Why do the NDP Liberals send Canada's jobs to the U.S. and make Canadian workers suffer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're working on the challenges that Canadians face with real solutions. At that time, inflation is down, interest rates are down, unemployment rates are down, and greenhouse gas pollution rates are down as well. And despite what these climate change denying Conservatives say, CO2 isn't plant food. That absurd Conservative claim that reducing our carbon emissions would somehow be bad for crop growth is straight up anti-science, disinformation, and climate denialism. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. We learned that in elementary school. The oil sands are Canada's largest source of industrial carbon emissions, and our pollution cap asks them to invest some of their astonishing $60 billion in profits in innovating and making sure that Canadians can afford green, affordable.
The honourable member Calgary Centre.
After 9 years, this NDP Liberal government has shown again they are not worth the cost. This week, the government announced a new policy, a cap on the Canadian economy. Since 2015, the United States has increased oil and gas production by 40%, much more than Canada. The world needs Canadian oil and gas. With the incoming U.S. administration promising to unleash American energy, this government has announced a cap on the economy, costing Canada 150,000 jobs. How can they justify this economic vandalism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The pollution cap will ensure our energy sector can increase its production while decreasing its emissions. Countries around the world are looking at Canada for less polluting energy. If we want our energy to stay competitive, we must lower our emissions. The pollution cap will provide long-term competitiveness in Canadian energy so we can keep being an energy superpower for the world. Under the do-nothing approach that the previous Conservative government approached, Canada's imports of foreign oil were 2 times higher. They failed to promote Canadian energy. Madam Speaker, I would be happy to offer the Conservative leader and his party a briefing on this climate change.
The honourable member Calgary Centre.
Well, let me quote Canada's destructive environment minister. Look around the world. No other oil and gas producer is doing what we're doing. And one could wonder why. Or why ignore the warnings of the economic destruction this Canadian energy cap would cause when it offers no environmental benefit. Any reduction in Canada will automatically be met by other producers around the world. The minister's announcement is nothing but performative. Will the Prime Minister get serious about actual solutions and fire this environment minister?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Madam Speaker, it's no wonder that the Conservatives aren't talking about the economy today. It's because yesterday Statistics Canada raised their numbers. In fact, they revised growth in Canada upwards. And you know why? Madam Speaker, it's because business investment is streaming into Canada. Investors are looking to Canada because we offer stability and certainty, and that's translating into growth and into higher paychecks for Canadians.
The honourable for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister was so excited about the new U.S. President that he sent him a gift. Thousands of Canadian jobs, millions of Canadian investment dollars. This Liberal government's carbon tax and failure to stand up for Canada has created an exodus of capital from Canada to the United States. This Prime Minister's policy has created a made-in-Canada per capita Canada GDP recession. While American workers are thriving, Canadians can barely afford food and rent. Will this Prime Minister stop sabotaging the Canadian economies and axe this self-imposed tariff?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Conservatives seem so intent, Madam Speaker, on talking down the Canadian economy. They don't seem to be able to recognize the positive signs of economic progress and recovery. Inflation is down to 1.6% in Canada. Our central bank has decreased interest rates 4 times. We've attracted over $50 billion in foreign direct investment, propelling us to #1 per capita in the G20. That's led to tens of thousands of good-paying jobs in this country. Jobs that are projected to grow in the clean economy to over 400,000 by 2030. Those are real opportunities that pay the bills, unlike Conservative cuts.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Madam Speaker, these Liberals keep telling Canadians at food banks they've never had it so good. Well, here's the facts. The Economist magazine says that Canada is now poorer than Alabama, the 4th poorest state in the United States. Further, over the past 5 years, America's economic growth has outstripped Canada's by nearly double. Simple question. When will Canadians get an opportunity to vote for common sense Conservatives so that we can turn their hurt into hope and restore the promise of Canada?
The honourable government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we responded to the needs of Canadians. That's why we brought in programs like the Canada Child Benefit, because we know that Canadian families need extra help right now. But what did the Conservatives do, Madam Speaker? They said, don't send those checks to Canadians. They said, cut those programs, Madam Speaker. When they talk about their crocodile tears for Canadians, they're not actually doing anything to help. Madam Speaker, we know Canadians are struggling, and that's why we've responded with programs that actually help them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, Donald Trump's threats of mass deportation are dangerous. The federal government needs to wake up to the threat at the border. We've been saying that, but today we've also heard from Fan Hampson, the president of the World Refugee and Migration Council, who said in Le Devoir that the government needs to get ready to face a potential humanitarian crisis. A humanitarian crisis, Madam Speaker. What is the government waiting for? There is going to be a potential humanitarian crisis. The government needs to wake up and increase its presence at the border. The Honourable Minister. Well, we need to calm down, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois is constantly telling us about scenarios that are not currently in view. Our border services have a plan, and they will continue to have a plan to protect our borders. We will work with the American administration, regardless of the government in power. We will work with our U.S. partners. And the Bloc Québécois should stop trying to scare people. The honourable member. If the federal government doesn't do anything, dark days will be awaiting both asylum seekers and Quebecers. There may be a wave of people crossing the border illegally while being exploited by criminal groups, and they may have to wait under dangerous circumstances for 2 weeks before being able to request asylum, and then they'll discover that Quebec no longer has the capacity to offer services and that the provinces are refusing to help. This is a looming crisis. When will the federal government wake up and do something to prevent this? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, not only do we have the necessary plans to secure our borders, but we are also working closely with the government of Quebec, of course. We have extended funding to ensure that we can accommodate and house and offer services to asylum seekers. Some of the most vulnerable people in the world. The Bloc Québécois is constantly talking about immigration because they have discovered that it's something that can help them gain political favor.
Député de Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Madam Speaker, last year the Liberals imposed a ban on military chaplains from reciting prayers at Remembrance Day. Chaplains, veterans, and Canadians immediately fought back, and the government relented, well, for a year. But the directive is back. These Liberals are imposing their ideological ban yet again. Remembrance Day is a time for reflection and healing and hope. And for many veterans, praying is part of that journey. Will the government end its attack on the vocation of chaplains and allow them the freedom to pray?
Yeah. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de la Défense nationale.
Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity first to thank our members and our veterans for their service and their sacrifice. But let's be absolutely clear. The Chaplain General issued this directive independently, and it does not ban prayer. Actually, the directive simply seeks to help our CAF chaplains make their public addresses more inclusive to reflect the spiritual diversity of Canadians and our CAF members, Madam President.
L'honorable député de Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
After relenting last year, Madam Speaker, the Liberal Minister of Defence promised, and I quote, chaplains are not and will not be banned from prayer on Remembrance Day, but that isn't true. They've now issued an even more draconian order saying that chaplains will be monitored and disciplinary measures will be imposed on those who say the word God or those who pray. Shame. This censorship is unthinkable. Will the government finally relent, end their attack on the work of chaplains, and allow them the freedom to pray?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente, je prends...
Madam Speaker, let me just once again take the opportunity to thank the members of the Armed Forces.
St. Albert Edmonton to please calm down and to please wait. If he's not being recognized, he should not be speaking. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can start over, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just take the opportunity once more to thank members of the Armed Forces and our veterans. I'd like to thank them for their service and their sacrifice.
Absolutely not true what this member is saying or alleging, and I feel this a shame that they are proclaiming this. As we said, we have not banned prayer. We are looking out to reflect the diversity of our CAF, and this is a directive that comes from the Chaplain General. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member, order, order. I'm sure that the honourable members want to hear their own member's question. The honourable member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, after 9 years, the Prime Minister has doubled the cost of housing and put an entire generation of Canadians through housing hell. Right. But who does he have any empathy for? His buddy from Bell Media, Tom Clark. The Prime Minister used $9 million of taxpayer money to purchase a luxury condo for Tom Clark in Manhattan, in a neighborhood called Billionaires Row. When will the NDP Liberals finally stop the abuse of taxpayer dollars and fire Tom Clark?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
While the Conservative members of Parliament are focused on distractions, we're focused on delivering housing for Canadians who live in this country. Madam Speaker, we are currently in a debate with the Conservatives based on their big commitment to cut billions of dollars from housing directly to communities right across this country. We know on this side of the House that it takes investments to build housing so we can make it easier to build. We can make housing more affordable. What is the Conservative solution? Cut, cut, cut. Madam Speaker, we have a long history of Conservative cuts to housing. It's part of the reason we're facing a housing crisis today. We will make the investments necessary to deliver affordability to Canadians.
Just want to remind members to please settle down a little bit, because I'm sure that the honourable member who's going to do a follow-up question wanted to hear the answer properly so that he can ask his question properly. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did hear the Liberal minister's answer, and I do feel bad for the Liberal minister, because he's out here selling a generation that he is part of, a bunch of policies from the Prime Minister that have failed our time. They have failed our people, and he's got a tough job ahead of him to even rationalize what is going on in this government. But let's be very clear. Tom Clark, the Prime Minister's buddy from Bell Media, said that the housing he had in Manhattan required immediate replacement. This government then went on to spend $9 million of taxpayer money to get him a condo in Billionaires Row. When will they stop abusing the tax?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Secretary of Foreign Affairs.
I hope I get equal time to answer that ridiculous question.
In light of what has gone on this last week, Canadians are worried about our economy, we're worried about our relationship, and there's no time like the present to have a strong presence in the United States of America. Our representatives will be working extremely hard to protect Canadians' interests, Canadians' jobs, every day. It's the cost of doing business, and we will do it well. We will represent Canadians' interests in New York City, the largest city in the United States of America. We will be there to ensure that Canada's interests are protected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Recently, the UN Special Rapporteur visited Canada and said this government is not upholding the basic human right to clean drinking water for Indigenous peoples. He urged profound changes, and now Liberals and Conservatives are teaming up. Together, they won't give Indigenous peoples their autonomy and proper funding. They are rejecting amendments to C-61 that came directly from First Nations. When will this government stop working with Conservatives against First Nations?
The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I first want to congratulate the member. It's an honour and a privilege to hear Inuktitut spoken in this House. Kanyanamik for those efforts. I want to assure the member that we are absolutely committed to seeing Bill 661 passed in this House and reflecting the wishes of our partners. We are working collaboratively with all parties in this House. I would hope that the NDP would join us in that. We are working to ensure that we enshrine a human right to drinking water in this country, which we were successfully able to do with government amendments. This is quite a surprise to receive this question today because, again, Madam Speaker, it's going to take all parties in this House to make sure that this passes. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, last night Danielle Smith and the UCP fired their pension management team. Another step to pull Alberta out of the Canada Pension Plan. This attack on the CPP won't just hurt Albertans, it will hurt all Canadians. And we are running out of time. We know that the Conservatives will cut Canadians' pensions. I sent the Finance Minister my private member bill that would stop Danielle Smith from pulling out of the CPP. And I am more than happy to have the Liberals use my homework. Will the Minister adopt my bill to protect Canadian pensions today?
Hear, hear.
L'honorable ministre.
Madam Speaker, we join with the honourable member in worrying about these harebrained schemes to put Albertans' pensions at risk. The Canada Pension Plan is a sterling pension plan that Canadians rightly have come to rely on and which the world over is recognized as a model of good management and stability. In fact, Canadians can be reassured that the Canada Pension Plan will be there for them for 75 years, as confirmed by the Chief Actuary. These harebrained schemes coming out of Alberta put Albertans at risk.
The honourable member for Kitchener South, Hespeler.
Madam Speaker, Canadian women and the 2S LGBTQI+ community have played an important role in our country's military efforts. However, many have overcome barriers and discrimination. This includes the LGBTQ purge and sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces. During this Veterans Week, could the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth share with the House our government's dedication and support to uplift the Canadian Armed Forces?
The Honourable Minister.
Canadian women and 2S LGBTQI+ veterans have faced painful hurdles while serving. This includes the LGBT purge and sexual misconduct within the culture of the armed forces. Canadian military personnel and veterans deserve to be treated with the utmost respect. That's why our government introduced military culture change legislation and a 2S LGBTQI+ national monument that acknowledges that discrimination. We thank these heroes for their service and never forget what they sacrificed to keep our country safe.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost or the corruption. Yesterday, we learned that Global Health Imports, a company co-owned by the Employment Minister, bid on federal contracts while claiming to be wholly Indigenous-owned. However, the minister has, so far, refused to present documents supporting his company's statement. No wonder GHI has at least 8 criminal court cases against them. Will the minister produce the documents or admit he lied and resign?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Madam Speaker, the company in question has never received contracts as an Indigenous business and has never been listed on the Indigenous Business Directory. However, unlike the Conservatives, we will continue to work and partner with Indigenous people so that they have economic reconciliation. Madam Speaker.
A member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Speaker, the point is that the Employment Minister's company that he co-owned checked the box claiming to be Indigenous-owned. And if true, that's fraud. That's the point of this whole thing. It's amazing. And not only that, they circumvent the regular procurement process. The Liberals have no shame, Speaker. They would rather push down Indigenous-owned businesses in order to secure contracts and enrich themselves. So, if the minister will not produce the documents or answer any questions, will the Prime Minister do the right thing? Fire him.
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me reiterate. The company in question never received a contract for as an Indigenous business. The company was never on the Indigenous Business Directory, and we continue to work very closely with Indigenous partners to ensure their success. And we'll do so even without the Conservatives who are blocking and obstructing the very necessity of working closely with Indigenous people so that they too can succeed, and we will continue to do so.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Employment is embroiled in allegations of conflict and fraud, and yesterday it was revealed that the minister falsely represented that his business is wholly Indigenous-owned in an effort to secure millions of dollars in federal contracts. This is disgusting cultural appropriation and outright fraud. So in the face of that, why is he still in cabinet?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, once again, the company has never been listed on the Indigenous Business Directory, has never received a contract for that procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses that's meant to uplift Indigenous entrepreneurs. Our focus is building up Indigenous businesses through this procurement program, and it's all about economic reconciliation.
Order, order. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, the point is that the minister lied. Let's look at the facts. The minister tried to scam taxpayers by stealing millions of dollars in government contracts from legitimately owned Indigenous businesses. The minister is a fraud. He is a disgrace. He needs to go, and he needs to go now. Why was the Prime Minister fired?
The honourable member knows full well that quite a few of the words that he used were not acceptable when addressing Parliament. So I would just ask members to please refrain from using those words to attack individuals. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, once again, the company was never listed on the Indigenous Business Directory and never received a contract. But while we're talking about Indigenous Business Directory, I'd like to highlight that since we announced that 5% target, we've seen a surge in Indigenous entrepreneurs' interest and investment in that program. Conservatives were aimless. They didn't set targets, and it showed. Only 1% of contracts were going towards Indigenous businesses. The Conservatives' hidden agenda here is obvious, Madam Speaker, and on this issue, they're being disingenuous.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Senators Peter Baum and Peter Harder just stabbed farmers in the back. They recently amended Bill C-282 to prevent it from protecting supply management in the renegotiation of trade agreements. At a time when Donald Trump is saying he wants to renegotiate CUSMA, these two senators are guaranteeing that supply management will once again be on the table. The Prime Minister appointed these two senators. The Prime Minister is responsible for his two buddies. Will he personally ask the Senate to defeat the amendment? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On October 29th, the Bloc pulled the plug on agriculture and farmers. The Bloc Québécois leader decided that he'd rather we have an election than wait for C-282 to pass through both houses. That's the truth. Now, we are lobbying the Senate and the senators daily. I know some Bloc members are doing the same, but I encourage this member and the Bloc Québécois leader to do the same. They should call up some senators. It's an independent chamber, though, but we can always call them. And I also encourage the Conservatives to do so because I haven't heard much from them about this at all. Well, they're so independent, yet the Prime Minister appointed the two of them, and they're his buddies. These two non-elected politicians, Peter Boehm and Peter Harder, they are working against agriculture. They're working against the will of elected representatives from all parties in this House, as all parties supported C-282. They're not working for people. They're not working for democracy, but they are working for Donald Trump. They're guaranteeing that Trump will still be able to demand concessions in supply management when we renegotiate CUSMA. Say, isn't there a word to describe people who work against their country's democracy, against their country's interests, for the interests of another country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the Liberal Party and the federal government have always supported supply management. In fact, our party created supply management over 50 years ago. We will continue to support supply management. Madam Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party has been totally silent about this. We know that they were divided on the last vote in the House, but we stand in support of C-282 and we are waiting for the other House to pass it.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, after 9 years, this NDP Liberal government is just not worth the cost. The Environment Minister invested $254 million in a company that he owns. The government continues to hide the documents. The Green Fund is against the interests of this House. When will we get the documents? Madam Speaker, what the member has just said is completely false. In fact, the government has already tabled all of the documents that the House requested. We did so in a way that respects the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Conservative Party is blocking its own blocking of this House's work. On this side of the House, we respect democracy, we respect the rights of Canadians, and we respect the authority of the police. It's funny to hear the Conservatives speak because the only things they say are, in fact, untrue.
Madam Speaker, what's funny is that the worse the scandal, the quieter the House leader speaks.
Yes.
After 9 years, we have another scam in the Arrive scam scandal. We have 3 new cases of fraudulent billing that has been sent to the RCMP. Madam Speaker, this is now a total of 7 cases that have been sent to the RCMP of fraudulent billing. Canadian taxpayers have been scammed a total of $5 million in this Arrive scam scandal fraudulent billing. So why is this government always intent on giving money to fraudsters and scamsters while Canadians are lined up at food banks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the concerns that we all have, ensuring that we can maintain transparency and we have adequate procurement processes in place, which we do. And we have initiated a number of practices, and we've worked closely with the Auditor General and the Procurement Officer to ensure that all of the processes are adhered to. And I recognize the member opposite is always looking for clips on her YouTube hit, but Madam Speaker, we're working for Canadians, not for herself.
Order. The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
After 9 years, these NDP Liberals are not worth the cost or the corruption. Remember the Arrive Can scandal? An app that should have cost $80,000 that ended up costing the taxpayers $50 million? Well, it gets worse than that. Now there are 3 more cases being referred to the RCMP for fraudulent billing practices. When will this government admit that they've allowed millions of dollars to be siphoned off in fraudulent contracts to enrich their Liberal buddies?
Well done. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear. It is completely unacceptable that there are any fraudulent buildings. It's completely unacceptable that anyone out in the public tries to abuse the system of working with government. That is why we have taken the necessary steps to protect Canadians and taxpayers by putting proper processes in place. And we'll continue to fight and always support Canadians and support taxpayers to ensure that they who need opportunity to work with government have that opportunity, but not abuse it. And we recognize the members opposite would agree, as long as they also don't abuse the system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Madam Speaker, this is National Veterans Week. This is an important time for Canadians, including those in my riding, to reflect on the work of members of the Canadian Armed Forces and to commemorate veterans' service. We know that the well-being of our forces during and after their service is the key to their success. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence explain to the House what our government is doing to support our Canadian Armed Forces and our veterans? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our government has been very clear that our veterans and active service members deserve better than conservative cuts and office closures. This week, we announced over $11 million to support the Veterans Wellbeing Fund. Madam Speaker, we will always stand up for our serving members and veterans. Today and every day, we thank them for their service. We will remember.
Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the crime. Canadians recently learned that Paul Bernardo, the vile serial killer and rapist, is scheduled for his third parole hearing later this month. This comes after the Liberal government allowed him to be transferred to a medium-security prison. These parole hearings are deeply re-traumatizing to the French and Mahaffey families who need to travel far away from their homes to provide victim impact statements every 2 years, despite the fact that this monster is serving an indeterminate sentence. Will the Prime Minister finally stand up for victims and assure Canadians that Paul Bernardo will remain behind bars where he belongs for the rest of his life?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Minister yesterday said words that I think are important for all members in this House, not to repeat the words of a killer. Obviously, we agree that public safety is #1 in this country. As the Honourable Member knows, the Parole Board is independent, but obviously public safety will be taken into account as they make their decision, and we trust that they'll make the right decision.
The Honourable for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Madam Speaker, the Information Commissioner has forced the Public Safety Minister to release previously redacted briefing notes from 2018 that reveal that Corrections Canada recommended against opening the Kingston prison farms because they would not enhance the likelihood of post-incarceration employment, not reduce recidivism, cost millions of dollars to operate, and make public safety results worse. Why did the government ignore this evidence-based advice, and why did they try to keep the advice secret for so long?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, obviously the Minister is not involved in the day-to-day operations of our correctional services, but I'm surprised to hear the member be so against prison farms. I too am a member of Eastern Ontario, my community, and I'm far, far east in Ontario, and I can rest assured that I was approached by farmers to say that this program was important. So I don't know where the member is coming from on this particular issue, but the community is supportive.
The Honourable for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Coming from the documents that were withheld from all of us for 6 years. Madam Speaker, on October the 15th, Corrections Canada closed the bidding in what it characterized as an, quote, invitation to submit an expression of interest to operate a commercial activity from a building located at Joyceville Institution and provide offender employment and vocational training, end quote. Now, I think this refers to the on-site slaughter facility, but the wording of the invitation is so vague that neither the building nor the nature of the employment is specified. Presumably, this was done to subvert the tender process so that only the preferred candidate can submit a bid and therefore get the contract. Will the Minister advise the House as to the outcome of the bidding process and as to whether a contract has been awarded?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, obviously ministers are not involved in procurement processes, but what I can do is work with the Honourable Member, and the Minister can come back to him with a more precise answer. As he well knows, ministers and politicians don't get involved in RFP processes.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Speaker, the Halifax Regional Municipality is on the front lines when it comes to responding to the housing crisis. That's why last year we announced an $80 million federal housing investment in HRM to unlock nearly 9,000 homes over the next decade. Last week, the Conservative leader announced his plan to shut down home building in HRM and across the country by making dangerous cuts to federal housing investments. Madam Speaker, people in my riding of Dartmouth Cole Harbour can't afford these reckless Conservative housing cuts. To the Minister of Housing, how can we stop these Conservative cuts and solve the housing crisis for Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
I want to start by thanking my honourable colleague, not just for his question, but for his advocacy on behalf of his community that helped secure tens of millions of dollars for the community that he calls home. Now, we're both from Nova Scotia. We've seen small towns and the city receive significant funding to help make it easier to build homes more quickly at prices that people can actually afford. We know that it takes investment to get homes built in this country, which is why we put billions of dollars on the table to help cities build homes more quickly. The Conservative response to this important program is to cut. They're trying to deny communities access to these funds, and cities are going to have to raise property taxes to make it up. We're going to make the investments necessary.
The honourable member Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, with the return of Donald Trump and his reckless administration, Canadian industries and workers are at serious risk of being squeezed out. Now more than ever, we need to fight to protect Canadians and our jobs. Canadians need assurances that their jobs, wages, and labour rights won't be sacrificed in any renegotiation. So will the Liberals do the right thing and reach out to labour leaders on both sides of the border to stand up to Trump and defend the interest of Canadian workers?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we will always stand up for Canadian workers. We stood up for Canadian workers previously, and we will stand up for Canadian workers at all times. Of course, the government on many levels, in fact, even today, I know the Deputy Prime Minister is dialoguing with labour leaders across the country, as I do on a regular basis, as do all members of this government, talk to working men and women from our communities and make sure that we're creating a prosperous and secure future for them.
And that brings us to the end of question periods on this Friday. Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, considering the government has stated that there is no prayer band, the House call on the government to confirm that military...
There's no agreement. I would ask members to please talk between each other to make sure that everyone will be in agreement before they try to table anything, petitions or anything, not petitions, motions or anything like that. Okay, there's shit on to table. Okay, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Understanding Order 32.2, I have the honour and the privilege to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Amendments to the Agreement Establishing the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, adopted by the Board of Governors of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development on May 18th, 2023.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages. The government's response is to one petition. This return will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Sénat. Motion.
Motion.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise this morning this afternoon, actually, in a virtual format. The petitioners have asked this House assembled take action on the situation for the homeless in Canada. They note in this petition that the homeless are mistreated and discriminated against in a routine fashion. Many NGOs and governments are approaching the issue with what they term best is described as Band-Aid methods. The petitioners ask that instead of marginalizing this already precarious community, the government pass a law to make it illegal to discriminate against any homeless person, to make it illegal to confiscate their personal property, such as routinely happens when encampments are torn down by police action, forcing homeless people to move from public property when they have nowhere to go. In short, Madam Speaker, the petitioners ask that criminalizing homelessness end in this country and the rights of the homeless be protected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Madam Speaker, women who denounce family violence are often accused of parental alienation. These accusations hinge on an unproved theory, and these accusations lead to legal decisions that compromise the safety of children involved, often when the father is violent and controlling. And in more than 200 feminist organizations representing the provinces and territories are asking for urgent legislative reform to eliminate accusations of parental alienation with respect to divorce.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today, 2994, 2997, and 2998. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 2995 and 2996 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Should these documents be tabled immediately?
So ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Madam Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Privilege. Resuming consideration of a motion of privilege relating to the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kimmich.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had 16 minutes and 40 seconds to continue his debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go over in terms of what it is that we are actually supposed to be talking about and why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party has made the determination to be what I have said as borderline contempt of the House of Commons in terms of the rules and procedures as what is taking place, how he's attempting to hold ransom all members of the chamber because of his personal interests, Madam Speaker. And let me expand on it. The Conservative Party, after a ruling from the Speaker, moved a motion that the
Honourable Member.
The member is engaged in what the member characterizes as borderline contempt of Parliament is itself unparliamentary. I'd ask him to withdraw. This is the second time he's done this, and doing it twice when it's wrong doesn't make it right.
After consulting the clerk's table, I obviously ask every member to act with moderation and to look at their terms, and if needed, we will intervene. But for now, the debate must unfold respectfully, so I ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to continue his speech.
Mr. Speaker, and I can appreciate that the Conservatives are very sensitive on this issue. And at the end of the day, everything that I am saying, I can feel very comfortable in justifying. And if only they would stop interrupting, Mr. Speaker, they will find out why it is that one can easily draw the conclusion that it is borderline contempt of what we're witnessing on the House of Commons floor today and for the last number of weeks. I have listened to literally over 150 Conservative speeches, which is littered with all forms of misinformation, Mr. Speaker, which is spread through social media. And then when it comes to hearing a little bit of truth, they get like an allergic reaction to it, Mr. Speaker, and feel that they can just stand up on points of order in order to be disruptive in terms of what it is that I'm actually saying. I would encourage them as to leave the chamber if, in fact, they're not comfortable with what's being said, Mr. Speaker. I recommend, as I've done last week, understand what it is that's actually being asked of them to do by the leader of the Conservative Party. They are in here and they are being told, Mr. Speaker, that what they should be doing is opposing the government and whatever they can do, raise the issue of scandal. That's what their agenda really is. It has, in good part,
Point of order. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
Do we have quorum, Chair?
Nous allons vérifier.
We will check.
Nous avons le quorum.
We do have quorum. I would ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to resume his speech.
Of order, so maybe if you can stop the clock.
Donc, sur le rappel au règlement.
Point of order.
This is now, I've been in 5 minutes, I believe, in terms of my speech, and the Conservative Party continues to rise on points of order, some of which is very frivolous. Other aspects of it is you have Conservatives trying to censor the Conservative Party, censor what it is that I'm saying inside the chamber.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary seems to be more talking about debate, so I'd ask my colleagues when they rise on a point of order to specify which standing order they are referring to. So 14 minutes to continue your speech, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Conservative parties is denying my privilege to be able to address the House of Commons. I can't cite the specific quote, but I can assure you, whether it's Beauchere's or standing orders, you will find that all members have the right to be able to speak inside the House of Commons. And what I have witnessed now for the last 5 minutes, and I've only been able to speak for 5 minutes, we've had a number of Conservatives stand up, interrupting my line of thought in regards to on the purpose of disrupting what it is that I'm saying. And I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Speaker, that I should be allowed to start from the beginning because they consistently are playing the game, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's disrespectful for our House rules.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has been heard. This is more a question of debate, so I'd ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to resume his speech. He has 14 minutes left.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't take away from that the behavior that we have seen from the leader of the Conservative Party. Now what we find, Mr. Speaker, is at the end of the day we have a motion that is on the floor. And that motion is actually a Conservative motion indicating that what they would like to do is to take the issue at hand and push it to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, Mr. Speaker. And by doing so, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that that is the right way to deal with the issue. In fact, all members of all political parties, except for the Conservatives, who have proposed the motion, want the motion to be accepted and go to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. The Conservatives now have not only moved the motion, they've moved an amendment to the motion, they moved an amendment to the motion, and then after they had 100 members speak on the amendment, they allowed that amendment to the amendment drop, and then they went ahead and they moved another amendment. The purpose of this is to paralyze the House while they continue to stand up speech after speech, not necessarily being relevant to the motion itself, Mr. Speaker, but rather to focus on an issue of what I would suggest to you is an ongoing issue of character assassination, which started with the Prime Minister back when he was leader of the Liberal Party, elected the first time when we were in the third party inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker. And nothing has changed. We have the Conservative Party today that are saying, we want unredacted information. And they believe that they have an entitlement to it because they say a majority of the members of the House argued and voted in favor of it, Mr. Speaker. There's two issues, two quotes that I would like to bring forward to the Conservative Party, in particular for the leader of the Conservative Party. First and foremost, what it is that the Conservative Party is asking for inappropriate. It's a conservative game. It's a multi-million-dollar political game that serves the personal interests of the leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party as a whole. They're asking us to give unredacted documents from a collection, not only hand it to opposition members, but to give it directly to the RCMP. The RCMP, and I'll give you a specific quote, Mr. Speaker. This is how the RCMP, the Chief Commissioner, is actually saying in regards to it. There is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative process and charter protections. The Conservative Party doesn't give a darn about that, Mr. Speaker. They don't care about charter protections. They're not listening to what the RCMP are saying. And the RCMP is not alone. The Auditor General's also been critical of the tactic that's being used by the Conservative Party. The former law clerk is being critical of the tactic that is being used by the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservative Party says, oh, just wait a minute. We want you to believe the Conservative Party over the RCMP, the Auditor General of Canada, and other professionals and experts that are out there. They know full well we're not going to do that, Mr. Speaker. As well, we should not do that. And that's why the Speaker's ruling says, send it to committee and allow the committee to review and go over it. But the Conservatives, they don't like that. So what they're doing, and this is where they are in borderline contempt of Parliament, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, from my personal opinion, and I would articulate this with whomever. And at the end of the day, I will refer to a quote on it. Because the Conservative Party is saying, hey, look, we are not going to allow the House to deal with any issue until this matter has been resolved to their liking, Mr. Speaker. Here is what I'd like to quote. It was a Hill Times story. We have a week break. And I'd like for every Conservative member, because we're going to hear from another 100 of them, no doubt, Mr. Speaker, I would like for them to say, I read the Hill Times story of October the 31st that Stephen Chaplin wrote, and I disagree with that individual. And if they're not prepared to say that, then I suggest to you that they should look at themselves in a mirror and recognize the reality in terms of the type of abuse that the leader of the Conservative Party has putting into the House of Commons for weeks now. Here's what he has to say, and I won't read the whole article, Mr. Speaker, but I quote, and this is Stephen Chaplin. For those that are following the debate, Stephen Chaplin is the former senior legal counsel in the office of the House Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel. Someone that truly understands. He's apolitical. I couldn't even pick him up, identify the individual on the street or the sidewalk, Mr. Speaker. Here's what he says, an expert. It is time for the House of Commons to admit it was wrong and to move on. There has now been 3 weeks of debate. Now, this is last week he wrote this story. There has now been 3 weeks of debate on a questionable matter of privilege based on a misuse of House power. It goes on, Mr. Speaker, and here's what members really need to appreciate. If you like to think of yourself as a parliamentarian first in terms of serving one's constituents is the most important role that you have to play, but you also recognize that you are a parliamentarian. And if you are a parliamentarian of the House of Commons, you need to listen carefully in terms of what this statement states, because I believe it, Mr. Speaker. And it states, again, coming from Stephen Chaplin, quote, "It is time for the House to admit its overreach before the matter inevitably finds its way to the courts, which do have the ability to determine and limit, Mr. Speaker, the House's powers, often beyond what the House may like." That is a warning to all parliamentarians in terms of the abuse of power that the leader of the Conservative Party is imposing on his Conservative caucus, Mr. Speaker, and none of them are taking it serious. Based on the discussions and the debates that we are hearing, I am not surprised that the leader of the Conservative Party continues to push this issue, Mr. Speaker. I'm not surprised because we see that in his history, his pattern of behavior. Stephen Harper was the only Prime Minister in Canada and the British Commonwealth to be held in contempt of Parliament. The only Prime Minister. Guess who his parliamentary secretary was, Mr. Speaker? No other than the leader of the Conservative Party. Then you have the leader of the Conservative Party, the only leader in the House of Commons. The Bloc, the Greens, the NDP, and the Prime Minister all have the issue of the security clearance. Outside the Hill, you will find that there is a serious concern in regards to foreign interference. We have seen killing or murdering of individuals, extortion. We have seen influencing of parliamentarians, both past and present, Mr. Speaker, of different political parties. That means the Conservatives also, Mr. Speaker. We have seen serious allegations that the leadership convention in which this leader was actually elected being interfered with by foreign interference. You have every leader in the House of Commons today saying, look, we recognize the seriousness of this nature and we got the security clearance necessary so that we can be informed by Canada's agencies, including the RCMP, in terms of the personalities and the information that's so vital to know as a leader, except for one. The only leader that refuses to get that security clearance is the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. Speaker. Does that surprise people? It should, actually. Yes, he was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister that was held in contempt. Yes, he continues to play abuse of powers on the floor of the House of Commons. Ultimately, that's leading to the type of challenges to all of us as parliamentarians. Yes, he has been manipulating the floor and concurrence reports to take control over standing committees in the last week. We have witnessed that at least on 2 occasions. And now we even get Conservatives that stand up on points of order to try to censor the types of things I'm saying in the House because they don't like to hear the truth. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party owes it to Canadians to get that security clearance. And if he's not going to get that security clearance, then he better tell Canadians why not. Tell Canadians what is he hiding. I believe that he is hiding something from Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and that is the reason why he does not want to get that security clearance. And yet Canadians have a right to know. What is it about his past? Or is it strictly in regards to the leadership? Or is it some of the Conservatives? Is he one of the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, dealing with foreign interference? Instead, he says, I'm not going to get it. I'll wait until we get into the after the next election. Mr. Speaker, it is highly irresponsible. And then you go back in terms of the motion itself. Because the leader of the Conservative Party has chosen to play this multi-million-dollar game, Mr. Speaker, as a direct result of his behavior, we are not able to deal with important issues, issues that are affecting Canadians throughout the country, because the leader of the Conservative Party has made the decision to put his self-interests and the interests of the Conservative Party of Canada ahead of Canadians. And that is the reality. And I think collectively, the Conservative Party needs to start listening to what the experts are saying. Start listening in terms of what it is that their expectation is as an opposition party, not just Conservatives. Think of their roles as parliamentarians. Recognize the abuse that we are witnessing every day now for weeks, and start holding their own leader accountable to their own caucus, if not all Canadians. And if they're not prepared to do that, Mr. Speaker, at the very least, let's get the leader sharing with Canadians why it is he refuses consistently to get the security clearance. Why it is that he has chosen to be held, from my perspective, in borderline contempt of the House of Commons by not allowing issues like the Citizenship Act, the military court to civilian court for sexual complaints being dealt with through C-66, the online harms that is there to protect our children, the rail and marine safety legislation that's there to support supply lines, the fiscal, the fall fiscal financial statement, Mr. Speaker. All of these are being put off to the side because of the self-interest of one individual who happens to be the leader of the Conservative Party. I think he needs to get off of the rock, recognize that the House can work, and start cooperating and stop the filibuster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Je reconnais l'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to correct some of the misinformation in the member's speech first, and then I'll ask my question. You know, he's maintaining that it's the Conservatives that are keeping government legislation from coming forward, when in fact it was your ruling, Mr. Speaker, that until they produce the unredacted documents, no government business or private member's business will come forward. Now, he's described this as a multi-million-dollar Conservative game, and so what I would ask the member is, does he think it's a game that cabinet ministers knowingly put people with conflicts of interest into the Sustainable Development Technology Fund, which became the Green Slush Fund? Does he think it's a game that $400 million of taxpayer money has been given in conflicts of interest, sometimes to companies that cabinet ministers are invested in? Does he think it's a game that, contrary to the government's own rules, that when they wrongly give out money, they've got to get it back? They've gotten zero taxpayer dollars back. And does he think it's a game to keep hiding the truth of these documents from Canadians?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la leader du gouvernement.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member starts off by providing misinformation. She said that this is about providing unredacted information. That's not what it's about, Mr. Speaker. The motion is about referring the matter to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. The Conservative Party is twisting it to want to talk about that issue because they want to talk about scandals. They want, and it's not just one, they'll talk about several. Mr. Speaker, I would love 150 Liberal MPs at some point in time to be able to stand up and talk about Stephen Harper and their current leader and the scandals that they were involved in. I have a book, Mr. Speaker, that lists 70, and you know, Stephen Harper, serial abuser of power, abuse of power, scandals and corruption. There's a list here of 70, and it doesn't even talk about the ETS, which is a $400 million scandal, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. The parliamentary secretary referred to the content of the motion we're debating. But this motion has to do with the government's refusal to listen to an order of this House to produce documents. That's what we're discussing. Fundamentally, our right in this House to know what's happening so that we can hold the government to account of any possible dubious things that were done. And when I hear the parliamentary secretary talk to us about the importance of transparency, of the importance of knowing what happened, and he's referring to the leader of the official opposition who did not get his security clearance, I do agree with him on that point. But it should also apply to all members of the House and to our right to know as well. I'd like to hear from him on that. They say that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and doesn't that apply here too?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I support the idea of us passing the motion. And by passing the motion, the issue that the member is referring to will go to standing committee. And then you can, members of the standing committee can ask, why does the RCMP believe that it should not be unredacted? People that are following the debate should understand there's literally thousands of pages of information that's already been provided. The issue is, do we believe the RCMP being genuine when they say that we should not provide it unredacted? And the Speaker's ruling is that discussion, that debate, should be taking place in Procedures and House Affairs Committee. And that's what the motion is saying. Push the debate to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. If this chamber will have to deal with all the committee business, we would never be able to do anything. No government could do anything. That's why we have standing committees, and that's what should be happening.
Je m'excuse de devoir interrompre.
I'm sorry that I have to interrupt the honourable parliamentary secretary. Virtually, questions and comments? The honourable member for Sanders Gulf Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always very nice to see you in the Speaker's chair.
My question to the honourable parliamentary secretary is to stay within the focus of today's debate. Even though I certainly sympathize with the unusual aspect of essentially overruling what the cautions of the Auditor General and the RCMP, I am still very troubled that it is just not the government's position to do the easiest thing, and however many boxes of documents they are, ship them over to us. It would end this horrible waste of time that we are locked into, and based on a Speaker's ruling that there is a matter of privilege here, all other critical issues. And I would mention Bill C-33. There are many bills that are making no progress at all to the finish line, even though they've cleared almost every step in processing a bill like C-33, which is on rail safety and marine matters. It's waiting for report stage votes. Mr. Speaker.
Désolé de devoir.
I have to interrupt the member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the comments, but let's be very clear and put it really simply here. All we have to do is stop the filibuster, and it's the Conservatives that are doing the filibuster, allow the matter to go to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. That's what the motion is actually asking for, and that's what will in fact happen if the Conservatives would actually allow the vote to occur. Then you can have the RCMP commissioner come before the committee and ask the RCMP commissioner why it is he believes that we should not be providing the RCMP directly the documents that are being requested. It's the RCMP that don't want the documents. It's the Conservatives that are saying, give them the documents. And it's the RCMP commissioner that is saying that, no, don't do that. It seems to me, send it to Proc, get the commissioner before Proc, and today, just like we could have 3-4 weeks ago, we have been able to continue doing House work.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honourable Member whether the reason for all this the privilege motion, the filibustering being done by Conservatives, is it because they don't want to discuss about the economic issues within Canada? I think coincidentally this filibuster started when the economy started roaring back. In fact, reached the Canadian Consumer Index reached 30 months high when this debate started. And the interest rates have been cut 4 times. And IMF has projected Canada will be the best performing economy in 2025. And the rents, which was a major concern for affordability in Canada, the rents started softening. In fact, they went down by over 9% in Toronto and Vancouver. So I would like to know my honourable colleague's comment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate the question. It's kind of like, anything that's good news for Canadians is bad news for Conservatives. So they want to stay on the Canada's broken, which is not true. Canada is the best country in the world to call home. But they want to stay on that sort of a theme, emphasizing one issue. And that is the character assassination, whatever it takes to try to make politicians, elected officials, look bad. And that's why I say, if they want to talk about the issue of corruption, well, bring in an opposition day, open the floodgates. I'd love to talk about all the corruption of Stephen Harper. I was here inside the chamber witnessing a lot of that corruption. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's overly that productive. I think it would be far more productive if we deal with the substantial legislation that's going to ultimately, hopefully, pass because it's for the betterment and interest of all Canadians.
We have time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, the member has referred to sending this to committee. He knows quite well that if it goes to committee, they will filibuster to never turn over the documents. But he talked about the RCMP and his concerns about sending documents to the RCMP. I've listened to them swear their oath, where they have to keep everything that they come across in their investigations confidential. Does he not trust the RCMP?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, if the member believes her very last statement, let's just say, for the sake of argument, we know it's not true, but for the sake of argument, that the Conservative Party actually trusted the RCMP and the testimony, then why wouldn't they allow it to go to committee? Get the RCMP to say, no, it's fine for a motion in Parliament Hill to gather information, unredacted, and send it directly to the RCMP. But that's not what they're saying. So let's listen to what the RCMP are saying. Let them go to committee. Listen to what they have to say, but they don't respect the office, they don't respect the RCMP, and that's the reason why they continue to play this multi-million-dollar game.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always an honor to rise in this place. It's Remembrance Week. Remembrance Day is coming up. And when I do rise, whether it's in this place or the other place, I think of what an incredible privilege it is to be able to stand here and represent the people of Barrie-Innisfil and to represent all Canadians, frankly. Whether we align ideologically or not, our job is to represent everyone. And when I think about the incredible responsibility of being a member of Parliament and being able to stand in this place, especially during weeks like this, as we lead up to Remembrance Day, I think of those who have fought throughout the course of our history in world wars and conflicts, those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice trying to keep the peace around the world, defending democracy, standing up for the rule of law, human rights, human dignity. I think about that often as I stand here. The blood that has been spilt, the lives that have been lost, the families that have been decimated by war, to allow us the privilege, all of us, 338 and those that have come before us, to stand up in this place and defend the values that they fought for. Those sacrifices, we can never pay them, but it's incumbent upon us, and it's our responsibility as parliamentarians to treat this place with the respect and the reverence that it deserves because of the bloodshed that has happened in order for us to be able to do that. And so it's in that context, the context of what we're talking about today, the obstruction of documents, the lack of respect for this institution, the fact that Parliament is here to function in what is supposed to be a functioning democracy, and yet we've got a government that is obstructing the will and the right and the privilege of Parliament to not be able to turn over documents, to not want to turn over documents that Parliament has rightly asked for and requested. And so it is an affront on democracy. And those very values that many who fought and came and died before us, who fought for to defend this institution, I don't think it's a right tribute to be paying to them, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that this standoff is now effectively in a month, has been going on for a month, and yet, the government has talked about the fact that, they're not going to hand over these documents. And the ones that they've handed over, many of them have been redacted. We're aware, for example, that there are 11,000 documents from the Department of Justice that has not been handed to the parliamentary law clerk, not to mention all of the other documents related to this SDT scandal that have not been sent to the parliamentary law clerk for Parliament, whether it's innovation in science, where this whole scandal started. What were the conversations that were going on between department officials? Well, we know there were some tape conversations, and we know Doug McConaughey, who came before the Ethics Committee, spoke about, on tape, about how upset the minister was that this was going on. Talked about this being on a sponsorship scandal level. Well, the sponsorship scandal was $40 million. It took down the Chrétien government, Chrétien Martin government. This is a $400 million scandal where insiders connected to the Liberal Party, appointed by the Liberal Party, were making decisions free of any conflicts. There were many conflicts, but they didn't care about them, where they were actually benefiting and funneling taxpayer money to the tune of $400 million, Mr. Speaker, to their own companies. Can you imagine my wife's uncle Jackie, who was killed in a Lancaster bomber on his last mission over Poland, defending democracy and defending the rule of law? Can you imagine? I can't imagine what he would be thinking of this. Or the millions of Canadians who have fought for this country, defended democracy and those rights that I spoke about earlier. Imagine what they would be thinking today. Or even those families who have been decimated by war, watching what this government is doing today and making a mockery of this institution by not abiding by a decision of elected officials to hand over documents so that we can get to the bottom of this scandal. It's absurd, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely absurd that we are in this position today, especially from a government who in 2015, and a prime minister in 2015, who said that they were going to be open and transparent by default. Every one of the ministerial letters that he had sent reminded those ministers that they were to be open and transparent by default. And what did that mean? Maybe there was good intentions at the time. But after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, we see that they're not open and transparent by default. And it's not just this scandal, there have been other scandals. The Winnipeg Lab document scandal really is the one that stands out for me. That they were going to take the Speaker to court in order to protect those documents from being publicly released and given to parliamentarians after a very similar situation had occurred where Parliament had ordered those documents to be given and handed over. They prorogued Parliament. That's how bad this scandal was, and that's how bad they didn't want that information to come out. And yet, here we are again, not a similar situation, but a very closely similar situation to what we were dealing with before. And it just speaks to that contempt of Parliament, that decline in democracy, the fact that this is a government that holds this place in contempt every chance that it has. And so we're in this standoff now because we are trying to, and there are other parties in this place that are trying to do the right thing, Mr. Speaker, and I believe you did the right thing in your ruling by finding that the privileges of the members of this place, which are paramount, which are supreme in this land when it comes to calling for document production, you made the right decision. And that's why we're in this place today. But I do want to focus in the context of what I said about, those who defended democracies, those who stood up for the rule of law, those who defended human rights and human dignity, because we are heading into a very critical weekend. I would suggest, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, what is the most important day of the calendar year in this country, and that's arguable, but this is my opinion, and that is Remembrance Day, where we pay tribute and honor those who served our nation and those who continue to serve our nation. And we're very lucky, Mr. Speaker. When I say we, I include the member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte, Simcoe Grey, and others, Simcoe North. There's the member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. We're part of Simcoe County, and we're very fortunate that we have a long and storied military tradition and history within Simcoe County, and that all centers around the fact that Canada's largest training base, Borden, is in Simcoe County. And I recall when I was critic for Veterans Affairs, I spent roughly around 2 years. I used to travel around the country meeting with veterans and their families and stakeholders as well. And I would always ask the question, how many of you have been to base Borden? And if I was doing a room where there were 100 veterans or active military people in that room, 99 hands would go up and they would say, I went to base Borden as Canada's largest training base. And then I'd say to them, how many of you have been to the Queen's Hotel in Barrie? I see the member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte has been there. But 99 of those hands would go up, Mr. Speaker, because if you trained at base Borden, many times you'd end up in downtown Barrie at the Queen's Hotel. But that long and storied history, and base Borden, which is in the member from Simcoe Grey's riding, is a big part of our local economy. It's a big part of our history. In fact, the base is where many Canadians in the Expeditionary Force trained to fight for the Battle of Vimy Ridge. There were trenches that were built there. The Grey and Simcoe Foresters, of which I'm an honorary member, I'm actually going to the Remembrance Day dinner tomorrow night with my wife. They were a big part of the preparation for the Battle of Vimy Ridge. And of course, base Borden, we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force. Base Borden was the home of the RCAF. There were hundreds of thousands of Canadian airmen and airwomen who were trained throughout the First World War and Second World War in base Borden to be able to fly missions like the Battle of Britain, for example, which was the great defense of Europe. But that long and storied history of military heritage is one that we are very, very proud of in our riding. And there are several people, too, Mr. Speaker, that we are proud of. There are members of our military who will be participating all this weekend in ceremonies. And just to give you an example of some of the few that are going on, Nantyre Shores Secondary School Remembrance Day dinner is happening this evening. Craig Frost, who is a teacher at Nantyre Shores Secondary School, has done a terrific job with young people talking about our proud military history. He's written books. He's taken groups. For example, when the 100th anniversary of Vimy Ridge was happening, Craig took a group of students to Vimy Ridge, and I was there as the critic for Veterans Affairs at the time, and there were roughly about 30,000 people at Vimy Ridge celebrating the 100th anniversary of that great Canadian battle. And you know, I knew Craig was there, and I was like, how am I going to find them among 30,000 people? And all of a sudden, I hear these faint voices in the crowd. They're yelling, "John, John!" And I could see them, right? And I ended up finding them, and we took some great photos at Vimy Ridge. But this is the kind of stuff that Craig does with those students. And I'm sorry that I will be traveling back to Barrie this evening, and I won't be able to attend that dinner. But the Honorary Guard, Gray and Simcoe Foresters, are having their dinner tomorrow night. Mapleview Community Church, Pastor Jay Davis does a great job. Sunday, they've got 3 services that are going on for Remembrance Day. The Sandy Cove Acres Remembrance Day ceremony is happening on Sunday. They do a terrific job in Sandy Cove Acres. City of Barrie's having their ceremony on Monday. Town of Innisfil's having their ceremony. There is the Innisfil Legion Branch 547 Remembrance Day service that's going on. Cookstown Lions Club are having their annual Veterans Dinner, and of course Base Borden will be having their Remembrance Day service on Monday. So I encourage anybody in Simcoe County to find some place and somewhere where they're having a Remembrance Day service and pay honor and tribute to those who served, those who continue to serve our nation and their families as well, Mr. Speaker. I do, you know, again, we're talking about veterans who fought for this institution to function, who fought for democracy and fought for the rule of law. And there are a few that I want to mention in the short time that I have, Mr. Speaker. Marcel Vigneault, who's the president of the Barrie Legion, doing great things with that Legion, with outreach to veterans and their families. Phil George, who's the past president. Steve Glover, the public relations officer, and I know the member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte, knows Steve very well. He is one of the historians at the Barrie Legion. He does a terrific job with commemoration and making sure that not just the Legion, but our whole area in Simcoe County is aware of that military heritage. Fern Taillefer, I can't say enough about Fern as the first VP. He's the Veterans Service Officer, and Fern will be front and center, I'm sure, at the Barrie Remembrance Day Parade as the Sergeant in Arms and leading the ceremony that day. Tim Shaughnessy, who's the second VP, and of course Junie Giovannotti, who is a Resolutions and Conflict Officer there, former District Commander of the Royal Canadian Legion. They do some great work. The Innisfil Legion, they'll be having their ceremony on Sunday. Denny Mainville is the president there. Denny, they'll be doing that in Lefroy. And I had the honor, the member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte, and I think it's been about 3 or 4 years now, we've had a poppy launch campaign where we invite people from all over the county, politicians, really to amplify the start of the poppy campaign. And we had it about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, when the poppy launch was initiated. And I had the honor of presenting, on behalf of the Ambassador of Kuwait, a Persian Gulf, or Kuwait Service Medal, because Denny served in the Persian Gulf War, and the mayor of Innisfil, Lynn Dolan, was the one that presented and pinned it on Denny. So it was a really, really special moment. But again, it's all part of that military heritage. Laurie Springs, the vice president of the Innisfil Legion. Olga Cherry is the second vice president. Of course, the Sandy Cove veterans, I mentioned that earlier, Mr. Speaker. We've got a terrific ceremony that's happening on Sunday afternoon. Fred White is the president, and I can't say enough about Ted Gemmell and the work that he's done, really putting on this ceremony. There will be hundreds and hundreds of people from the Sandy Cove Acres community who will be at that Remembrance Day ceremony. And something special this year, Mr. Speaker, they've crocheted, this is Marilyn Sen and her volunteers. They started this in the summer, but they've crocheted knitted poppies to honor military members past and present, and all of that will be on display at the Sandy Cove Acres Remembrance Day ceremony on Sunday, and it happens at 2 o'clock. Innisfil remembers, the Innisfil ceremony is going to be happening on Monday. I know that the Ideal Labs library is holding a special presentation November 9th from 2 to 3 at the library in Cookstown, telling stories of town of Innisfil veterans. And when you talk about those stories, I can't help but speak of General John Hayter, Brigadier General John Hayter, who served in the Canadian Forces from 1951 to 2009. In 1952, General Hayter joined the Gray and Simcoe Foresters, for which I'm an honorary member, and then began training at CFB Borden at the age of 18 before heading over to the Korean War. Just this past summer, the city of Barrie renamed a community center, the South Shore Community Center, to the General John Hayter Community Center. What a fitting tribute, Mr. Speaker, for a man who's dedicated so much to his community and so much of his life to this country. This past weekend in Stayner, which is in the member of Simcoe Gray's riding, World War II veteran Alistair Mac MacDonald celebrated his 101st birthday at the Stayner Legion branch. I mentioned about Craig Frost, the Nantyre Shores teacher who does great work with young people, really encapsulating the work that he does and really pays tribute to the legacy of those who have fallen, not just in the town of Innisfil, but in Simcoe County. And we're so lucky. The member of Simcoe Gray, Peacekeepers Park in Angus, has been there for a long, long time. It's a tremendous tribute to those who have kept the peace around the world. There's memorial walls, there's labs. It really is a destination. I encourage anybody across this country who's passing through Angus, Ontario, which is just next to Base Borden, to visit Peacekeepers Park and pay tribute to those peacekeepers. And I know that it's not just been Fern Taillefer, the UN Peacekeeping Association of Simcoe County, but also Bob George and Don Ward, who's done all the graphics displays in that park, has just been incredible. And of course, we've had those that have passed away in the service of our nation. I think as we head towards Remembrance Day of Private Kevin Mackay, who was 24, killed in Afghanistan 2 days before his tour was to end. And his Silver Cross mother, of course, Elizabeth, and his father, Fred. I think of them as we head towards Remembrance Day. Sapper Brian Collier, who died in 2010, grew up in Bradford. And I think of his mom, Carol, and his father, Jim, who were in attendance at the Poppy launch from a couple of years ago. This is the 100th anniversary of the RCAF. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, we have a proud tradition at Base Borden as the home birthplace of the RCF, and this year marked a very special centennial celebration at Base Borden with the addition of the Ad Astra monument to the stars, and it really was the community that came together, and I really want to commend Wayne Hay and Jamie Massey for the work that they did. We know that 133,000 aircrew trained at Base Borden. And as we get into the weekend, as we get closer to Remembrance Day, poppies are being sold all over Simcoe County. I know, Madam Speaker, tomorrow, for example, at 9 o'clock, I'm going to be at the LCBO in Alcona for a couple hours with members from the Innisfil Legion to sell poppies. Every dollar that's raised in that poppy campaign will go towards helping veterans and their families. And I do want to say special tribute to the cadets, the Beavers, the Cubs, the Scouts, the Vents, high school students, veterans, and many other members of our community who have kept that legacy alive, who are out there selling poppies so that our veterans can be looked after in the way that they've earned and the way that they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to echo many of the positive words that the member opposite has put on the record in regards to the service people, both past and present, that have served our country so well, recognizing the importance of November 11 at 11 o'clock in the morning. I know every year I've had the opportunity to participate in one way or another. We all participate in different ways. On McRae and McGregor at Heritage Armory, we are a Heritage building at the local armory. There will be a presentation and a moment of silence. I've done it over at cemeteries. I've even had the opportunity in the Philippines to pay tribute to fallen soldiers of Allied forces that were born here in Canada. It is important that we recognize that, and I appreciate the members' statements in regards to it. The question that I have to him is, I have myself had the opportunity to serve in the Canadian Forces, and during the 80s, I actually marched with World War II veterans. So I'm very sympathetic to his argument, Madam Speaker, in regards to how would they see today. And I would suggest to the member that I myself, and I believe that the government has held itself high, and that the individuals that I marched with would in fact have been very comfortable with it.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, I think, Madam Speaker, I addressed that at the beginning of my speech. When you have seen the contempt for this institution play itself out over the last 9 years of this government through the levels of scandal, the levels of corruption, the insiders, connected cronies who have been benefiting far greater than Canadians have, because Canadians, whether they like to think so or not, are hurting right now. I would say that that this place is not being represented with the honor and the integrity that many who served our nation have. And just today, we're finding out again, Madam Speaker, that there's been a directive that there will be no prayers at military services or Remembrance Day services. I mean, what kind of a country? These are men and women who, before their duty, before they were called to duty, would say prayers to their God in order to protect them. And this is what we're hearing today. It's sad, Madam Speaker, where we're at.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher-les-Patriotes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to know if we could check quorum in the House.
Une seconde, je vais vérifier.
1 second, I will just check.
Comment est-ce qu'il y en a en ligne? On a quorum.
We do have quorum, yes.
The honourable
questions and comments.
Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for the words he shared today in honor of Remembrance Day that is coming up next week. You know, I'm a proud granddaughter of a veteran who fought in the Second World War. My grandfather, Daniel Albert McCoy, was a gunner. Shot down over Belgium and actually lived in the underground for 2 years before he was able to get back to my mother and my grandmother. But today, one of the things I noticed that he didn't mention, today is Indigenous Veterans Day. And I think those are the stories we often don't hear. The stories of Indigenous veterans, those men and women, the First Nation, the Métis, and the Inuit men and women who so bravely fought for our country and for our freedoms. I think about people like Tommy George Prince. I think about William Cleary. I think about Tom Charles Longboat and so many others whose stories have not been told. And today, of all days, we need to acknowledge our Indigenous veterans. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, the honourable member has been in this place for quite a while. She understands how quickly time goes when you get on a roll, and you're talking about those people who have served their nation. And I certainly would not. I actually had some notes on Indigenous peoples who have served our nation. And Madam Speaker, over 12,000 Indigenous men and women are estimated to have served in 3 wars, including 7,000 First Nations members. They enlisted as soldiers, nurses, and in other roles, many serving with distinction, winning medals for bravery in every action. And I know the honourable member mentioned Tommy Prince, Mary Grey Eyes as well. She joined the Canadian Women's Army Corps as the first Indigenous woman to join the Canadian Army. Noel Knockwood, a residential school survivor, he enlisted in the Canadian Army, served during the Korean War, and went on to become the Sergeant-at-Arms in Nova Scotia. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that we are very fortunate where I live in Barrie-Innisfil, that we not only acknowledge those who served and continue to serve our nation, but we have Indigenous veterans as well who proudly wear the uniform, proudly wear their medals, and are honored just as greatly as everyone else is. Thank you.
And comments. The honourable member for Bruce Grey and Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank my colleague for really highlighting the incredible service so many veterans have made to Canada and tying it to what we're here to do as a democracy. It's just so important. I do want to highlight as well him drawing recognition to Brigadier General retired Hayter. a man that served in my same regiment. One of my first tasks as a subaltern was to be his aide at a mess dinner. I can't repeat some of the stories that occurred that night in the dancing I had to do literally to make him and another general that I was the aide to at the same time. And I do want to thank him for recognizing our Indigenous veterans. I encourage and I invite all parliamentarians, if they get the opportunity, come to my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound up to the town of Wyerton. There's a brand new mural that's done by Sylvia Pacoda, and it actually pays incredible tribute to the Nawash Unceded First Nation, which I think had the highest percentage of any First Nation in Canada serving in the First World War. I think something like over 60+% of those First Nation members served in the First World War. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Yeah, and you know, as I said, as we get closer to Remembrance Day, and I know we're going through Remembrance Week, it's important for us to remember all those who have served, continue to serve, their families who in many ways serve beyond the battlefield. You know, as I said, I was critic for Veterans Affairs. In fact, Madam Speaker, I wear this and these bracelets. I've 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, lest we forget. And there's a tribute on my arm to the wounded warriors as well. And they're not props, Madam Speaker, and there may be some people that think they're props. They're actually a way for me to not just remember my obligation to our veterans every time they call my office for help, as anybody does, but also it's a tribute, it's the kind of tribute that I pay to remind me of that obligation every single day that I function, not just as a member of Parliament, but it's that same obligation that I'm going to have even when my time is up here, because of the profound respect that I have for veterans and their families and the prices that they've paid to serve this nation. I wear them proudly, but I wear them as a reminder of my obligation, not just as a human being, but as a parliamentarian as well.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Barrie Innisfil. I wanted to start by actually thanking another member of his caucus who was just speaking moments ago, the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound, for his service on behalf of this country and in Afghanistan, and for his work to help rescue women from Afghanistan. We can work together across party lines in this place. My last question to the parliamentary secretary, I think, might be taken as from a sort of conservative point of view. Why doesn't the government just present the documents? So forgive me, Madam Speaker, I want to ask the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil, because I'm truly baffled by it. Why will the leader of the Conservative Party not get the top secret security clearance? It would really clear the air about the line in the report from the Parliamentary Committee of Parliamentarians on Foreign Interference that mentions foreign interference in the Conservative Party leadership race. I would really appreciate it if the honourable leader of the official opposition would seek his top secret security clearance. And to the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil, can he shed any light on why the leader of the official opposition still refuses to do so?
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil has just a little over a minute to respond.
Yeah, and I think the honourable member, the honourable leader of the opposition has stated very clearly and succinctly his reason why. In fact, the former leader of the NDP, Tom Mulcair, agrees with, did I say Mulcair? I meant Mulcair, agrees with the leader of the opposition as to why he doesn't. But, Madam Speaker, it's baffling that the government, a week before they, on Thanksgiving Day, announced about foreign interference, but the week before they were talking to the Washington Post about it. So, you know, if it is an issue truly of national security, why are they giving the information to an American newspaper? And there are sections under the CSIS Act where the Prime Minister could inform the leader of the opposition if they wanted to. The same provisions that were accorded to the member from Wellington Halton Hills, for example, could be afforded to the leader of the opposition. So this is completely a red herring. It's an issue to distract from the failed economic policies of this government, and they're going to continue to use it as a means to distract and divide. Thank you.
I see the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound is rising on the point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that there has been consultations amongst the parties, and I believe that should you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. Considering the government has stated that there is no prayer ban, the House call on the government to confirm that military chaplains ahead of Remembrance Day ceremonies have the right to offer prayers in their denominations in public spaces and will never be restricted on Remembrance Day or any day, nor will any military chaplain face any disciplinary or administrative actions for praying in public spaces.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay.
D'accord?
Agreed.
The terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion's carried. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. That's probably the greatest news I've heard all week. Very well done to my colleague from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. Thank you so much. That puts a big smile on my face. I also want to acknowledge my colleague for Barrie Innisfil. He just gave a very compassionate and passionate speech. Stole a bunch of my thunder, so I guess I'll be somewhat sticking to the reason why we're really here today. But my colleague to Barrie Innisfil, excellent job, sir. Speaker, I'm honored to represent the people of Essex and to address the House today. I will discuss the ruling of the Speaker regarding the production of documents ordered by the House on the scandal involving Sustainable Development Technology Canada. The Liberal government refuses to comply with an order from the House to produce unredacted documents regarding the $400 million Green Slush Fund scandal. This is truly a disheartening example of governance. Again, I want to highlight the government's mishandling of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, often called the Green Slush Fund. This program was created in 2001 to support innovation and sustainable technologies and ran smoothly under both Liberal and Conservative governments until the current Prime Minister took office. It is unacceptable that the Liberals are refusing to hand over all the documents related to the Prime Minister's Green Slush Fund to the RCMP within the required 14 days. I, along with my colleagues, are frustrated by the lack of transparency, which only fuels distrust and frustration among Canadians. The Prime Minister-appointed board began approving funding for companies where executives had clear conflicts of interest with SDTC members who were already receiving money from the board were still appointed to it, despite knowing the conflict. This is truly unbelievable. Governance standards at the fund quickly collapsed under the leadership of the new chair, Annette Verschuren. Following whistleblower allegations of financial mismanagement, both the Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner launched separate investigations. The government's sheer lack of attention to detail is staggering, leading to avoidable errors and costly oversights at every turn. This negligence not only wastes taxpayers' dollars, but also undermines the public's trust in its ability to govern effectively. After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, the situation is so bad that there are now 1,400 homeless encampments in Ontario alone. In my riding of Essex, I'm constantly hearing about the struggles my constituents face regarding the cost of living. Last month, the CBC reported on how homelessness is increasing in the Windsor-Essex area. Jeannie Diamond Francis, manager of community services for the County of Essex, said, "The need for affordable housing in the country is consistently growing. The latest numbers of people experiencing homelessness in the region are over 900, and that is only capturing people that are experiencing such homelessness. While many Canadians are struggling with rising housing and food costs, it's deeply disappointing that we're still talking about the Liberals government's $400 million slush fund scandal. The Liberals don't care about everyday Canadians, rather only care about getting their insider friends richer. And it's not just my constituents. Canadians across the country are struggling more than ever. Food Bank Canada's 2024 Poverty Report Card shows that almost 50% of Canadians feel financially worse off compared to last year, while 25% of Canadians are experiencing food insecurity. On top of this, Food Banks Canada reported that the cost of living has become so high that food banks have seen a 50% increase in visits since 2021. As a direct consequence of the Liberal government's inflationary spending and taxes, millions of Canadians are struggling to keep their heads above water. New research from the Salvation Army shows that nearly a third of Canadians continue to feel pessimistic about the future of their personal finances, while 25% of Canadians continue to be extremely concerned about having enough income to cover their basic needs. The Salvation Army also reports that it showed that nearly 75% of Canadians face challenges managing limited financial resources. This has contributed to a wave of Canadians who continue to deprioritize seeking medical help for financial reasons. And for this reason, Food Banks Canada downgraded the Liberal government's grade of D in 2023 to a D- in 2024. Whether it's the stress of an uncertain economy, increased living expenses, or inflation, Canadians are in urgent need of assistance. Nevertheless, the Prime Minister appears to be becoming more disconnected from the realities that ordinary Canadians face. The Auditor General has made it clear that both the former and current Liberal industry ministers are responsible for this debacle, as they failed to properly oversee contracts awarded to Liberal insiders. This lack of oversight has severely undermined public trust, particularly at a time when transparency and accountability are more important than ever. A scandal involving the misappropriation of transfer of $400 million in public funds to political insiders has engulfed the Liberal government. The Liberals are focused on defending their own interest, while working Canadians bear the expense rather than tackling these pressing challenges. It is understandable that Canadians are beginning to recognize that the NDP Liberal administration, for what it is, a government that rewards its allies while making life more difficult for families. Costs, taxes, and corruption have all increased throughout the past 9 years. In addition to mismanaging public funds and giving preference to their political supporters, the Liberals have burdened Canadians with policies like the carbon tax. Canadians have to deal with the fact that they are paying more and receiving less. For example, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, the Canadian dream is lost. The dream of owning a home is slipping away from the countless Canadians. As I said earlier, I hear from my constituents every day on how they are grappling with the harsh reality of affording basic necessities. The Prime Minister promised to lower the price of housing, rents, and mortgages in Canada, which have since then doubled, and middle-class Canadians are forced to live in tent encampments in nearly every city across Canada. Before a Liberal government in 2015, it took 25 years to pay off a mortgage. Now, it takes 25 years just to save up for a down payment. Things have gotten so bad that some families are forced into 90-year mortgages that they will never pay off. I had a woman in my riding. She reached out to me in desperation this year. She had one very touching story. She is a mother who gets up, works, prepares dinner, and then goes to bed, just to do the same thing over and over again. There are a lot of bills, she said. She's having a hard time making ends meet. Despite her best efforts to shield her kids from the stress, she's forced to tell them that she cannot even keep the lights on because of the $2,000 monthly rent. She lives within her means, works hard, and pays her taxes. Yet the government that promised to support her is making things more difficult for her. She is not alone in feeling this, as she is drowning. Many people in our riding and across Canada are having the same difficulties, and they are worthy of better. The NDP Liberal government's preference for rewarding its political allies over tackling the actual problems that ordinary Canadians face is becoming more and more obvious. Costs have increased, taxes have increased, and corruption has spread unchecked over the last 9 years. The Liberals have not only mismanaged public funds, but also increased the cost of life for Canadians by enacting measures like the carbon tax. Canadians are getting less in exchange for paying more for everything, including groceries, gas, and heating. This is the unpleasant truth that many families, both in Essex and nationwide, must deal with. A government that prioritizes the demand of its constituents before those of its wealthy friends is long overdue. The growing cost of living is a major issue for all Canadians, but things are just going to get worse. For already struggling families, the Prime Minister's proposal to double the carbon tax by 2030 will only make matters worse. Despite our repeated calls for a carbon tax election on the side of this House, we continue to be bogged down in a document cover-ups rather than tackling the underlying problems. The idea that Canadians receive larger carbon refunds than they pay in taxes is one of the most common myths we encounter. Though the carbon tax raises the cost of everything, particularly food. In my riding of Essex, I've been deeply involved in the community for many years, even serving as a municipal councillor before coming here. Local government works because it operates with transparency by default. Every council meeting and committee session is open to the public, except in rare exceptional cases. Everything else is accessible and transparent. Local governments wouldn't survive long if they were as closed up and convert as the Liberals have been with their Green Slush Fund. Trust in every political system, whether municipal, provincial, or federal, is based on accountability and transparency. The people should not have to put up with being kept in the dark, particularly when taxpayer funds are being mismanaged. How harmful a lack of transparency can be is demonstrated by the Liberals' failure to be transparent about the $400 million slush fund scandal, which funneled money to its political insiders. In local politics, we are aware that leaders are promptly held responsible when the public loses faith in them. At the federal level, the same ought to hold true. As I mentioned in my speech just over a week ago, the heart of the issue is the Auditor General's finding that the Liberal appointees allocated $400 million in taxpayers' dollars to their own companies, resulting in 186 documented conflicts of interest. Transparency is desperately needed, and this is more than simply a scandal. It is a breach of the confidence that Canadians have in their government. This money could have gone back into the pockets of hardworking Canadians or towards beneficial programs that help our communities. This money may have been used to support neighborhood projects, support the growth of small enterprises, or lessen the financial strain on families dealing with growing expenses. It's a lost chance that may have had significant impact on the lives of regular people. Again, we're talking about $400 million in taxpayers' dollars that may have been wasted or stolen while everyday Canadians struggle to afford food, heating, and housing. This situation is unbearable, especially when so many are suffering due to the government's lack of accountability. When discussing the Liberal Green Slush Fund, in which $400 million in taxpayers have been spent, Conservatives focus on issues that actually affect Canadians. Rather than using taxpayers' dollars to enrich their friends, my private member's bill, Bill C-241, which focuses on hardworking Canadians, specifically tradespeople, and how they are struggling to make ends meet. The purpose of C-241 is to amend Canada's Income Tax Act to permit eligible apprentices and tradespeople who must travel to a job site 120 kilometers from their primary residence to claim a tax deduction for their temporary relocation and travel expenses. Despite being the backbone of our economy, these men and women are expected to work all over the region, giving up valuable family time to ensure that their kids have access to necessities like food and medicine. What do they receive in exchange? A meager $4,000 tax deduction, which is insufficient to pay for living expenses and transport when living far away from home. In comparison, Madam Speaker, to the millions the government is wasting on questionable, unaccountable projects, it is an insult. This goes beyond oversight. It's about acknowledging the needs of Canadians who are putting in a lot of effort to grow our nation, while the Liberals are squandering funds on vanity projects that don't actually advance the common good. Bill C-241 It's more than simply a fair traveling tradesperson's bill. It's about justice for the workers that drive our economy, and I'm honored to support them, particularly in light of the Green Slush Fund incident and other instances where our tax dollars are being misspent. My Conservative colleagues and I are aware of the true issues, and I'm determined to see that they are addressed. The NDP Liberals must put an end to their cover-up and hand over the evidence to the police. Only then can Parliament get back to its critical work of serving the interest of Canadians. Their continued obstruction is unacceptable. The division between those in government and the regular Canadians who must deal with the fallout from such carelessness is only widened by this incident. If the Liberal government would only produce the records it has been required to release, Parliament could return to addressing the problems that are most important to Canadians, such as family affordability. It is really that easy. The government could resume its task of addressing the growing cost of living that families in Essex and throughout the nation face if it puts an end to this cover-up and turns over the proof to the authorities. Rather, the Liberals keep blocking progress, putting their personal interests ahead of the pressing needs of Canadians. Helping Canadians make ends meet is what really matters. Therefore, it's time to end the secrecy. Why won't NDP Liberals stop hiding behind the Green Slush Fund and release the required documentation so that Canadians can have the openness and accountability they deserve? We hear from dozens of people every day, regular Canadians, who are having a hard time making ends meet. Whether they are workers in Canada dealing with the rapidly rising cost of living or families in the Essex neighborhood, they are battling insane food costs, expensive housing, and a government that appears to be losing touch with reality. The Liberals, however, are still committed to supporting their political friends, allocating public funds to special interests and insiders, while abandoning regular Canadians to fend for themselves. It is now painfully obvious that this government would rather enrich its own elite and enrich the wealthy than deal with the actual problems that hardworking Canadians face. The people of Essex and communities across this country deserve better than a government that only looks out for itself. For over a month, the Liberals have offered shifting excuses for not complying with the House's clear demand for documents, despite knowing the House has full authority to require their release. Only our sensible Conservative colleagues will put an end to the turmoil and corruption, figure out what happened to the $400 million, and provide some justice and clarity to the people of our nation. As we return to the privilege motion before us, it's not just about the production of documents. More importantly, it's about the message this government is sending to the entire country, that corruption is acceptable and the mismanagement of public funds would be tolerated. Lastly, I want to note that this is not a partisan issue. Weeks ago, the Speaker ruled on a question of privilege raised by the House Leader of the official opposition. His ruling confirmed that Conservatives have said all along that the government violated the expensive powers of this very House by failing to surrender crucial records related to the SDTC. In his ruling, the Speaker referenced page 985 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, affirming that no statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in the House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect. This clearly establishes that the House has the inherent authority to compel the production of the documents vital to our oversight functions. We must ensure that our House retains the authority to demand accountability from the government. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, the Speaker of the House, the highest authority in Parliament, ruled that the government, specifically the Prime Minister, was required to hand over the documents to Parliament. Even though the Speaker is a member of the Liberal Party, he upheld Parliament's authority. What action did the Prime Minister take? Acting as though he were above the law and Parliament. He disregarded the order and simply produced censored documents rather than following it. And as I close, Madam Speaker, I just want to echo the comments of so many of my colleagues today and just say thank you to every single veteran who has served and continues to serve, who's given me the opportunity to serve our great country of Canada. Without them, quite frankly, I wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't have the opportunity to leave the world a better place than we found it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, to be clear, when the government first found out about what was taking place, there was immediate action that was, in fact, taken. There was also thousands of pages of documents that have been actually provided. Yes, a number of them are, in fact, redacted. The Conservative Party is saying we don't want the government to listen to the RCMP or the Auditor General, who are saying that we should not be providing the information directly to the RCMP. And the Conservatives disagree with the RCMP and the Auditor General and others. So we're listening to the experts. The Conservatives are listening to their leader, and their leader is listening to his own personal self-interest. And that's unfortunately caused the situation that we are in today, Madam Speaker. Yes, there was an individual. Yes, she was an advisor to Stephen Harper, an advisor to Brian Mulroney, an advisor to Jim Flaherty. She donated thousands and thousands of dollars to the Conservative Party, and yes, she was the chair of this organization that they're referring to. Having said that, Madam Speaker, why does the Conservative Party continue to not want a vote on their own motion that would deal with the issue by sending it over to Proc?
Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the honourable member, I guess it's really mind-boggling to me because this could all be done. It could be done with right away. Give over the documents, which was told to the Prime Minister from the Speaker's chair, from the Speaker himself, to hand them over, not unredacted. Hand them over. If the honourable member is that excited that some have been thousands of pages that were redacted, well, then what are you hiding? What is being hidden? So let's move on with this. Let's get the documents over. Let's make sure the $400 million Canadian, 400 million taxpayers' dollars that could be feeding children, that could be making houses more affordable, get people out of the line of the food banks. Let's just get them over and move on with business. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member Sarnia Lambton.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for a great speech. I've been hearing a lot of outrage in my riding about the Green Slush Fund. Normally, there's a lot of people that don't pay attention to politics, and these scandals come and go, and people don't always know about them. But I'm hearing actual outrage, and I see that the government, it's gone on longer and longer, and they're not doing anything in terms of producing the papers. What is the member hearing in his riding?
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to my dear friend and colleague from Sarnia Lambton. I'm hearing the exact same thing, and not once or twice, but over and over and over again. And I guess the resounding message is, if we're just allowed to have green slush funds, why is my family suffering when I have to work more overtime, my wife works more overtime and more overtime? But I think, Madam Speaker, through you to my member my colleague is, when's the next election? When are we going to have a carbon tax election so we can get this train back on the tracks and make life more affordable for Canadians?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, I rise with a little bit of confusion here for the Honourable Member. Perhaps he has a different collective agreement than the rest of us, but does he just state that he gets overtime? And if so, how do the rest of us apply for that?
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't suggest for a moment that I get overtime. So if there's a private member's bill that the member was going to bring forward, then we can discuss that. But I never said that at all. I mentioned about the folks in my riding of Essex that have to work overtime to make ends meet. Certainly, the great member for Hamilton Centre will understand exactly what I was saying.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his great 20 minutes there on this issue. And we've heard some questions earlier as to how we got here, and how we got here is because there's a lack of producing documents, and this is why I've been here for almost a month now. I'd like to ask him Why do you think we're here? What is it you think the Liberals are so afraid of with these documents, and why aren't they producing them? Maybe expand on that for me. Thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Mormodante. I appreciate the question very much. I don't know that I could really answer the question why we're here, but obviously if there's any kind of redaction in the documents that have so far been sent forward, then obviously there's something to be hidden, right? So if I go to the bank and ask for a mortgage and they say, I want to see your pay stub, and I redact some of that, I'm probably not going to get a mortgage. So why are they redacted? What is the reason behind it? And I think the most honest answer I can give my honorable colleague is there's something brewing. Where there's smoke, there's fire. This isn't the first time that we've seen this with this NDP Liberal government. We know of the WE scandals and all the rest of the scandals. So there's definitely smoke, and there's more than likely fire. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll take a stab at answering the question in terms of why it is that we're here. We're here because the Conservative leader wants to play a multi-million-dollar game, believing that at the end of the day, he has a right to filibuster to the extent in which all other things are pushed to the side, because at the end of the day, I would suggest to you, he believes that it's okay to abuse the authority of the House of Commons, believing that as a parliament that we can ask anything we want of society, and whether we agree or disagree with the RCMP, in this case, the Conservative leader disagrees with the RCMP, override that, and still to claim otherwise. My question to the member is, does the member believe, as his leader believes, that we can completely disregard the RCMP Commissioner's opinion on the political game that the Conservatives are playing, which is saying that they do not want to receive the documents that the Conservatives are forcing them through a rule here in the House of Commons?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member from across the aisle. What I believe is, if the documents were handed over, we could get on to certainly taking care of Canadians, feeding the families of little ones, putting diapers on the little ones, making small businesses just that much easier to run. What I also believe, Madam Speaker, is the honourable member across the way could easily sit outside the Prime Minister's office and ask the Prime Minister to move on with business, to ask him to give over the unredacted documents so Canadians and businesses can get on with their lives. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkaming-Nakama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's speech today. I wanted to talk about the ineligible companies that received monies from SDTC despite the Auditor General saying they were not even eligible to receive the monies in the first place. In my riding, we had constituents that either were paid too much CERB or were actually found to be ineligible after the fact for CERB. They had to pay it back to CRA. Does this member believe that those companies should have to pay back the money that they were ineligible to receive because this government trusted a group that were only thinking of themselves and their companies first?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to my honourable colleague, thank you for the question. Well, 100%. And so we don't have to look too much further to realize that there was a lot of folks that have been, quite frankly, fired or even reprimanded for receiving ineligible funds during COVID. And I mean, if it's the companies as well, especially if it came from the government, surely somebody should know better. And when we have so many folks and so many companies, especially small businesses, those storefronts in our small towns that are struggling, why are they getting a benefit, and why are some people getting a slush fund, so to speak, and other folks are suffering just to make ends meet?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, Parliament is still at a standstill after 6 weeks because the Liberals refused to turn over documents related to their Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund, the SDTC, or better known by Canadians now more accurately as the Liberal Green Slush Fund. Common sense Conservatives want transparency and accountability for Canadians about the Liberals' repeated pattern of entitled and immoral abuse of Canadian tax dollars. None of the money belongs to government. It belongs to the people. Canadians are right to ask what the government is covering up as the Liberals continue to ignore an order from most MPs to provide unredacted documents related to its $400 million Green Slush Fund scandal. In June, my common sense Conservative colleague from South Short St. Margaret's uncovered it when he requested a breakdown of the approved funding by the Liberals' tax dollar slush fund. The information is crucial, too, for the RCMP to properly investigate alleged corruption among Liberal insiders at the slush fund, since the RCMP has said an investigation is ongoing. Even the Prime Minister's Speaker has said, quote, "The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties."
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm sure you would be concerned. The member indicated that it's the Prime Minister's Speaker. The Speaker serves all members, and that should be pointed out.
Appreciate that, and it is something that's been brought up on a number of occasions. I just want to remind members that the Speaker is elected by this House and represents everybody rules the House impartially for everyone in the House. So the Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Thank you. And that very Speaker has, of course, said the House has that undoubted right to order the production for all of those documents, and so they should give it to us. So common sense Conservatives are here to hold this government accountable for its failures, corruption, and wrongdoing. MPs request these documents for scrutiny, not only by the RCMP, but also by members of Parliament, as is our duty to Canadians who send us here to represent them. In response, government departments either outright refused to comply or heavily covered up the documents they did provide, using the Privacy Act or Access to Information Act to justify the hidden sections. The truth is, nothing within the House order justified such redactions. The House of Commons possesses absolute and unrestricted power on behalf of all Canadians, grounded in the Constitution Act and the Parliament of Canada Act, to order document production unbound by statutory limits. After the government blocked out and withheld the requested documents, our common sense Conservative House Leader, the member for Regina Capel, brought this motion because MPs' rights to get information for Canadians have been violated by the government's refusal to comply. Now, personally, I hate the use of the customary word privilege for these debates, because for me, what it's always actually about is my duty as an elected representative and the rights of my constituents to know. While it's sad to say, the scandals and cover-ups of this government are no longer surprising. After 9 years, the Liberals have shown shocking disregard for transparency and adherence to the rule of law. It's never been more clear this government, backed by its accomplices in the NDP, is not worth the cost or their corruption. Of the $1 billion involved, nearly half is now in question for being distributed inappropriately. That's no small amount, especially when Canadians are struggling with historically high living costs and financial burdens because of this federal government's inflationary tax and spend agenda. This $400 million in tax dollars could have been used to aid vulnerable people, or to stop crime, or build the homes, or fix the budget, or keep it in the pockets of Canadians in the first place. Instead, this NDP Liberal coalition is digging in to carry on their cover-up while blaming everyone else like usual. 5 months ago, the Independent Auditor General revealed that nearly $500 million of those tax dollars were funneled by officials to their own companies through improperly awarded contracts. The AG found that there were 186 conflicts of interest in this corrupt in-and-out scam among politically appointed senior government officials and super-wealthy elites. It's particularly appalling that during the 6 weeks of the NDP Liberals' cover-up, Food Banks Canada's new report said food bank use is record high, worse than last year, which was already a horrifying record. 2 million Canadians are forced to go to food banks in just 1 month. The most heartbreaking part is a third of the visits are desperate people struggling to feed children, all caused by the NDP Liberals' inflationary taxes, spending, and red tape. St. Paul's Food Bank in Lakeland has served over 5,000 adults and nearly 4,000 children so far in 2024, a town with less than 6,000 people. The Vermilion Food Bank struggles with a 7% increase in adults and a 46% increase in the number of children they support this year compared to last. These people report in conversations that the cost of food, housing, utilities, power, fuel, it all affects and hurts them the most. After 9 years, the NDP Liberals have made everything too expensive for everyone, and they're making out just fine for themselves. 10 years ago, the New York Times headline read, "Life in Canada, home of the world's most affluent middle class." That was 2014, when Canada had the richest middle class in the world and the median income was higher than in the United States under the former Conservative government. Today, Canadian workers earn $34,000 less than their American counterparts after the Liberal tax hikes and economic vandalism. What happened in 2015? Well, the Liberals came to power. And today, they have hurt Canadians everywhere. Life has never been so difficult for everyday Canadians, but it's never been so good for rich elite NDP Liberal buddies and cronies. Now, it was only after the Prime Minister's hand-picked Liberal board members were installed that the slush fund began approving excessive amounts of tax dollars for itself while hiding this corrupt redirection to companies owned by board members. In fact, the organization was deemed in good standing before these board members were appointed by the Liberals. Even though the Prime Minister is warned of the risks associated with appointing a conflicted chair, she was appointed anyways to chair the board that did not even have the minimum number of members required by law. It's really obvious that the government has lost its moral compass, that they knew there were conflicts of interest, they were warned, and they just didn't care. All of this could be resolved right now if any Liberal would stand up right now and announce that all documents Parliament has requested will be produced. But they won't. Instead, they distract, evade, divide, and gaslight. The blindingly obvious question is why? Well, Canadians can be forgiven for suspecting that they're full of details the Liberals want to hide. Canadians are rightfully concerned about all of this Liberal corruption. Kyle from Lakeland says, quote, "I'm absolutely horrified that people still put trust in this Liberal government. It's very hard for people to buy gas and groceries nowadays, and I'm just absolutely upset." Nick from Lakeland said, quote, "Not only are Canadians fed up with the Prime Minister and his party's actions, they are losing faith in the very institutions of freedom and democracy, which are being made a mockery of by this government." But it was the current Prime Minister who victoriously said in 2015, quote, "Sunny ways, my friends, sunny ways." You want a Prime Minister who knows that if Canadians are to trust their government, the government needs to trust Canadians. A PM who understands that openness and transparency means better, smarter decisions. Well, after 9 years, they're worse and dumber decisions, aren't they? And after 9 years, a flailing PM and the Liberals are the opposite of everything they claimed. This ongoing cover-up speaks to the very core of Canadian democracy and the accountability we owe to the people that each of us represent here. It's not just about some bureaucratic documents. It's not about some parliamentary procedure. It's about upholding the principles of good governance that are crucial to maintain already almost non-existent public trust in government and elected representatives. The ongoing redactions and refusals to release key documents reveal much about the real character of this government and their allies. These are not the actions of people with nothing to hide. One of the worst offenders is, of course, the radical, previously arrested Environment Minister. He continues even today to profit off the corruption in his government's Green Slush Fund. Cycle Capital received hundreds of millions of dollars from the slush fund, but the Environment Minister lobbied the Liberals on behalf of his company, Cycle Capital, nearly 25 times before he was elected in 2019. One of the Cycle Capital board members now admits to committee that several of her companies received millions of dollars from the slush fund while she sat on the board of the slush fund. So still today, the Environment Minister holds interests in Cycle Capital while it receives tax money Talk about a conflict of interest. But no wonder the NDP Liberals are working so hard to cover up this massive scandal. Of course, it's far from the first time the Liberals have breached Parliament's and government's rules. Take the Winnipeg lab scandal, where scientists gave a hostile regime classified information from Canada's top virus lab for foreign intervention. What was the Prime Minister's response to the House's demand for transparency? Well, he chose to sue the Speaker to prevent disclosure and then called an election to try to get away with it all, even though his Speaker had formally reprimanded the Public Health Agency of Canada in an unprecedented act for a Speaker in nearly a century. Then there's the Net Zero Accelerator, another costly Liberal sham that fails to deliver, just like almost every single thing they say on the environment. Similar to the Liberals' Housing Accelerator that doesn't actually build houses, the Net Zero Accelerator is not about proven emissions reduction. According to the Environment Commissioner, $8 billion was handed out to ineligible companies that lacked any real emissions reduction plans or outcomes. Only 6 months ago, his report highlighted that this money was, quote, not part of any coherent policy on decarbonization. He reported that the vast majority of funded projects had no formal commitment to cut emissions by any specified amount. And now, to no one's surprise, the Prime Minister's favorite new economic advisor, carbon tax Mark Carney, has also flagged in a potential conflict of interest with the government and his company, Brookfield Assets Management, which could involve billions of Canadians' money. The Globe and Mail reports the government's in talks to give Brookfield 10 billion Canadian tax dollars, 10 billion, where carbon tax Carney is the chair and holds $1 million in stock options. This screams conflict of interest, but once again, the Prime Minister turns a blind eye because this kind of behavior, it always starts at the top. It's outrageous he gave carbon tax Carney the position to advise on economic and fiscal policy when it does relate to the very company he chairs, but he's been shielded by it so that he won't have to declare his conflict of interest being a political advisor. So clearly the Liberals know he's in a conflict of interest, but still appointed him and deliberately hide the facts from Canadians. So that begs the question, how much money will he personally profit from in his conflict of interest with Brookfield and the government? While that's obvious to all Canadians, the NDP and Liberals worked hard to protect him from answering questions at committee. And you know what? Despite what they claim, pushing for transparency is not a threat to privacy or due process. It's a call for accountability, including the Privacy Commissioner and other officials in the investigation is a necessary step toward a fair, comprehensive review. Of course, this is all a recurring pattern. Time and again, information is kept from Canadians and the official opposition as the government prevents Conservatives from getting that information for Canadians about government fiscal mismanagement and scandals, because you know what? Canadians do deserve to know exactly what governments are doing with their money and exactly what the hell is going on here. Now, unlike many officials, the Privacy Commissioner did provide unredacted documents and walk the talk on transparency that aligns with principles of public trust and accountability. It's notable as the Privacy Commissioner is perhaps the most qualified authority on the delicate balance between privacy and transparency. He knows the complexities and potential risks, but ultimately found it reasonable and responsible to release them in full. He signals a commitment to transparency and trustworthiness that's in stark contrast to the persistent opposition from the Liberal government. The NDP Liberals claim the release could infringe privacy rights or cause other issues, while they themselves perpetuate harm to the public's trust. If the Privacy Commissioner, a literal expert in privacy rights, believes unredacted disclosures are appropriate, then it's fair and necessary to question the sincerity of this government's resistance. There are the whistleblowers who have come forward to call out that blatant corruption. One said, quote, "I think the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation from being a public nightmare. They would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like the slush fund in the public sphere." Another said, quote, "Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization." That's from a whistleblower who was there. And if that wasn't damning enough, the whistleblower said, quote, "The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings is a serious indictment." democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never reach this point. What should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year. That's what a whistleblower said. The Auditor General found evidence that the Liberals slush fund handed out $58 million to projects without a promise that the terms for the money were actually met. Another $58 million went to 10 projects deemed ineligible as environmental benefits or green technology development could not actually even be proven. This should shock all Canadians, but that's a well-known pattern after 9 years. Corruption runs deep. And despite all their claims, the Liberals repeatedly opt for secrecy over openness, avoidance over accountability. But their actual track record is a series of increasing scandals and corruption where information is obscured, withheld, or trickles out only after pressure from the opposition, the public, or the media. In the last 3 years alone, it's reached a staggering level no matter how much they scramble to cover it up. And it's more clear than ever that the NDP Liberals focus on protecting their own power and their own agendas instead of on serving Canadians. The Liberals wail and flail to deflect and insist the RCMP should not get these unredacted documents. And they're willing to stop all of Parliament to distract from the fact that they don't want Canadians to see the information they deserve. The RCMP has already received redacted versions, so why not allow them access to full unaltered documents? Canadians should ask themselves, why would a government so strongly resist if they have nothing to hide? If the truth is straightforward, then the solution is equally so. Release the unredacted documents. Every argument from the NDP Liberals is smoke and mirror, deflection, distraction, division, attempt to defend indefensible actions, all a calculated strategy to justify actions that threaten the very foundations of our parliamentary democracy. Common sense Conservatives say that's why, among so many other reasons, Canadians deserve a carbon tax election so they can decide, and the Liberals should call one if they have nothing to hide. That's right. This isn't just a disagreement over documents. It's an assault on Parliament's authority and an affront to the principles of transparency and accountability that our democracy is built on, that all the men and women and their loved ones that we are remembering in Remembrance Week who fought and died for, those values, those principles, the rule of law, democracy, and accountability, that is what is at stake here. That's what this is all about. And it's never been more clear that after 9 years, the Liberals' corruption, chaos, and crime is just not worth the cost. It is happening because the Prime Minister has engaged in what can only be described as economic vandalism, with punishing taxes and reckless spending driving Canada's decline. That trust fund multimillionaire uses taxes like his own personal piggy bank for himself and his rich cronies. But after 9 years, they've caused the steepest decline in living standards seen in the past 4 decades. Canadians are facing unprecedented housing crisis, the sharpest drop in income per person, the lowest economic growth against OECD countries, and make no mistake, these NDP Liberals will continue to just make it worse. What Canadians are experiencing is not a coincidence. It's a direct result of all of the NDP Liberal policies that have enabled corruption, mismanagement, and a lack of transparency. It's our fundamental job, MP's fundamental job, to represent the Canadian people. We're elected to this place not for our own political or personal gain or advancement or titles, but to represent the concerns and the needs of the people who send us here and who make this country so great. So as we honor those brave Canadians who fought and sacrificed so much for our freedoms and all their loved ones who sacrificed right along with them, we must recommit ourselves to upholding the principles that they defended. Those courageous individuals didn't just fight for our borders. They fought to safeguard the values that define Canada: freedom, democracy, the rule of law, justice. Today and every day, it's our duty to protect those values by demanding transparency and accountability from government. It's not just about good governance either. It's about ensuring that the freedoms that serving military members and veterans secure at great cost are not taken for granted, are not eroded. We owe it to those who served and to the generations who will follow to ensure that Canada remains a nation, or can become again a nation, where truth, integrity, and justice prevail. Let us never forget that the peace and comfort we enjoy are hard-won. It's our sacred obligation to remember. And it's our responsibility to uphold the principles for which so many Canadians gave and give their lives. By doing so, we honor their memory, not just in words, but in actions. The Liberals need to stop the cover-up. They need to hand over the evidence. They need to let Parliament get back to working on behalf of all Canadians. If they have nothing to hide, they should call a carbon tax election to let Canadians decide, to end wasteful spending, restore accountability, bring home transparency to Ottawa. Because all Canadians, I think, by now know that only common sense Conservatives will work to turn hurt into hope, to axe the tax, to build the homes, to fix the budget, and to stop the crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member mentioned about the experiences Canadians are having. Let me talk about that. Due to the global inflation, Canadians did face a lot of cost of living increases, affordability issues. While the Conservatives wanted us to have austerity measures, we continue to invest in Canadians. And our actions, our programs, our policies has helped Canadians, and the inflation has come down to historic lows of 1.6%. Canadian Consumer Index has risen to 30 months high. Interest rates have been cut 4 times. And the stock exchange, where a lot of Canadians invest, which lost in 2022, year till date has made 18%. Yes, Canadians did face a lot of issues due to global inflation, and our actions have brought back the economic prosperity. And going forward, we're going to look much better, so that IMF has projected Canada will be the best performing economy amongst all G7 countries. I would like to have her opinion on that.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
You know, that member of Parliament seems like a very kind gentleman, and I appreciate, you know, his demeanour in the House of Commons. It's certainly one that I can't claim to have, and the way in which he made his comments. But I would just say it's exactly that kind of answer that Canadians watch and think elected people, and particularly government members, literally have no idea what is going on in their real lives. Because he can rattle off a bunch of cherry-picked stats in the context that he wants to have them, but every single day, Canadians are losing hope for their futures. Every single day, young people know they're staring down a future that, for the first time in Canadian history, looks worse than the generations before them. Every single day, people are making choices between essentials that they need that are not luxuries in our big, cold country. They're deciding between food and how to heat their homes, and whether or not they can drive, or whether or not they can take their kids into any kind of recreational activity, whether or not they have a little extra to support their senior relatives. People can't find jobs. They can't find homes. This is what's actually going on in the everyday lives of Canadians, and I just think it's answers like that that show exactly why I think in the next election, if these guys are given the chance, Canadians are going to say, time's up.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so I thank the member for her speech. We're talking about $400 million in the Green Slush Fund, where Liberal insiders got rich by voting to give themselves money at a time when this government is once again waging war on the Western economy. And I know the member has some very strong feelings about the energy industry and about some of the things we even heard today in question period. Just nonsense from the other side about the effects of their policies on the economy in her riding and in my province. So if she'd care to comment on that while they are forcing us to debate their own conflict of interest and refusal to table documents ordered by this House.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, thank you to my colleague from Calgary for his question. And you know, he's such an incredible advocate for fiscal sanity, for common sense, for actions actually matching words, and for the energy sector and the oil and gas workers, not just in Alberta, but in every single part of this country that help fuel and power our country, which we need more than ever. You know, he's exactly right. 9 years, of course, of chaos and corruption, increasing crime and scandals have Canadians wondering exactly what the heck is going on here. But you know, it is 9 years also of layers and layers of patterns of anti-energy policies, taxes, and laws that have driven billions of dollars into the United States, including jobs, money, technology. And their latest wacko plan to introduce to be the first among all oil and gas producing jurisdictions in the world to cap oil and gas in our country helps the United States. It'll send even more jobs and money, investment, technology, and talent there. And the truth is, it helps despotic regimes that are hostile to Canada and to Canadians. But the worst part is, exactly as he said, it's all of these things all together that have made Canadians get to the point where they can't find jobs, they don't have hope for their futures, they can't pay their bills. It's all exactly because of these policies. And whether these guys like it or not, despite how much they've tried, the oil and gas sector right now remains the leading private sector investor in the Canadian economy. It remains Canada's biggest export. It remains the driver of jobs of all the other sectors right across this whole country. And it remains the main employer of Indigenous and visible minority Canadians who ought to be able to rely on the sustainability of their powerful paychecks long into the future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Lakeland. When I grow up, I want to speak just like her. She speaks beautifully. I want to ask her, she mentioned about crime, and I know she listened about the heartfelt story of my constituent, Stephanie, who colleague's little boy had watched while his father was shot and felt guilty because he could not protect his father. The crime in this country has gotten out of control. If she could speak to what we would do when we take government to ensure that all criminals are kept behind bars. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, thank you to my powerful, compassionate, joyful, loving colleague from Vaughan? King Vaughan, from King Vaughan. I was moved and appalled by the experience that she talked about last night. The worst part is that it is becoming common because violent crime, gangsters, drive-by shootings, kidnapping, violent thefts and robberies, all of these crimes have skyrocketed more than 100% since these Liberals have taken office. So that is why Conservatives believe in jail, not bail, in cracking down on gangsters and illegal drug and criminal trafficking. That's why we believe in putting the rights of victims and innocent Canadians first. That's why we believe that a government must take as its highest priority protecting public safety and ensuring that vulnerable and innocent Canadians can live in peace and safety and security in neighbourhoods right around Canada, right across Canada, instead of appalling violence in our biggest cities and growing more brazen crime in rural areas. All of that is a consequence of these Liberals' woke, hug-a-thug, soft-on-crime agenda. And if Canadians make a different choice in the next election, we'll stop the crime.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I appreciate the thoughtful speech from my colleague in Lakeland, and I would be interested in her insights and perspective on what the message is that this government is sending to Canadians when they're punishing them with their carbon tax on everything, while this Prime Minister jet sets across the country for vacations and photo ops while doing nothing to help Canadians who are struggling just to feed themselves, their families, and to put enough gas in the car to maybe get to work. All the while, they're lining the pockets of insiders like we've seen in this $400 million scandal where they're refusing to turn over documents to the RCMP. It's absolutely egregious. It shows that this government, after 9 years, isn't worth the cost, isn't worth the corruption. But you know, it's getting cold outside. Canadians are worried about how they're going to be able to heat their homes. What's the message it sends when this Prime Minister and carbon tax carney are jet-setting around the world while Canadians are forced to pay a punishing carbon tax that does nothing to reduce emissions?
The honourable member for Lakeland has just a little over a minute to respond.
Well, isn't that eloquent, articulate, powerful colleague exactly right on? That is what's so disgusting. This high-flying, high-carbon hypocrites bringing in tax after tax and ban after ban and punishment after punishment to make it so the Canadians themselves can't afford to heat, house, fuel, power, or drive themselves, especially, as he just said, our big northern country heads right into winter. The worst part of all is this Prime Minister and the sellout leader of the NDP, like, they're really rich, right? These guys are the super elite. They've been that their whole lives. They still are right now. Yet their policy agenda has hollowed out the middle class, hurts vulnerable and low-income Canadians the most, and all those reasons are also exactly why Canadians need a carbon tax election so that common sense Conservatives can come in and fix the budget and help turn hurt into hope for all of the people in all of the communities that 9 years of these NDP Liberals have damaged. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think at this time the interpreters may get a little bit of a break in the speed of the discussion here, so that might be nice going into the weekend. Also, I just want to quickly say, as the last speaker, I believe, today, we have Remembrance Week, Remembrance Day, and how important it is for all of us to pay tribute and to make sure that we attend services to everyone that's watching here today. I'm very fortunate in Simcoe Grey to have base board in there. So not only do I represent all the people that are there, but I represent the largest training base, and the military is an important part of our community, not just for what they do in the military, but for what they do for all of us as citizens and civilians, whether it's volunteering for hockey teams, baseball teams, or whatever it might be. So hopefully everyone has an opportunity to go to one of those services. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the amended motion concerning the Liberal Green Slush Fund. Known to some as Sustainable Development Technology Canada, this fund has become arguably the biggest transfer of contracts and tax dollars to Liberal friends since the sponsorship scandal which toppled the Paul Martin government. Except there is one fundamental difference between then and now. It wasn't as hard to make it ends meet back in 2004. So while Liberals were rewarding their friends is nothing new, back in 2004, people just saw it as business as usual. In 2004, yearly inflation was 1.27%. Most of the people had jobs, and this allowed them to pay their bills and save for a vacation, and also for their future and their children's future. Liberals' waste was frustrating, definitely, but that's just how Liberals do business. People were not struggling as they watched Liberals line their friends' pockets with their tax dollars back then. But let's fast forward to 2024 and how things have changed. We have tent cities in the major centers, and now they're even in small towns in my riding. Crime rates have soared. The daily essentials are no longer affordable since double-digit inflation has driven up the price on almost everything. It's difficult to save for family vacations. Liberals here in the House even mock Canadians' desire for a great summer road trip. It's near impossible to save for retirement or to put money away for your children's future. A good government would do whatever it can to lower the cost of its living for its citizens. But we do not have a good government here in Canada. No. The Liberal NDP government instead raises taxes and takes more money from all of you, making it harder and harder for a regular middle-class family just to get ahead. It takes all that money and then hands some of it back to certain targeted groups and then screams that Conservatives are going to all of a sudden take it all away. That's how Liberals operate. Take from everyone and then throw some pennies out to Canadians and have them fight it out amongst themselves. Tax, divide, and conquer is the ethos of today's Liberal Party. But Canadians now, more than ever, see through this strategy more and more. Canadians who have done everything they were told to do are finally fed up. Get an education, work hard, be honest, obey the law, pay your taxes, and you will be rewarded seems like a quaint idea. Instead, Canadians watch more and more of their paychecks get taken by a federal Liberal NDP government, which continues to get bigger while spending their hard-earned money on pet projects and sweetheart deals for their friends. In 2004, Liberal corruption and mismanagement annoyed Canadians. In 2024, it's made them angry. And the most surprisingly thing about this is that the Liberal NDP government members seem to be in shock as to why Canadians are so angry. When I last spoke on the Green Slush Fund a couple weeks ago, I outlined how this was just another in a long line of Liberal scandals. Scandals like We Charity and the $1 billion it was given after hiring the Prime Minister's brother and mother, or S&C Lavalin, which had the Prime Minister personally intervening to help get it off of fraud charges and for the low cost of $100,000 in donations to this Liberal Party. Exactly. Or the Aga Khan, which saw the Prime Minister, the member of NDG Westmount, the member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl, and their families get a $271,000 vacation in exchange for a $50 million in tax dollars. We can't forget the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation taking money from a Beijing-connected billionaire in exchange for future considerations from the communist government. I barely even got to touch on the $237 million former Liberal MP Frank Bellis got for ventilators, which may not have even been delivered. Or GC Strategies, which got $20 million to build the Arrive scam, which was supposed to only cost $80,000. Madam Speaker, most Canadians are not better off after 9 years of Liberal corruption and mismanagement. But their insiders and friends are way better off. Friends like the Environment Minister's former boss, the founder and owner of Cycle Capital, André-Lise Mitteau. While Ms. Mitteau sat on the board of the Green Slush Funds, she helped herself to $114 million tax dollars, which she funneled to companies she had invested in. Her then senior advisor, the current Minister of the Environment, had 25 meetings with the Prime Minister's office and Department of Industry to help seal the deal. Ms. Mitteau says her company tripled in value during this time. We know that the Environment Minister remains a shareholder in this company to this day. He won't say how much he owns, but he certainly has personally benefited from this overt corruption. It may be hard to believe for many of us, but the Environment Minister was actually a very wanted commodity by the federal Liberals in 2019. How better to demonstrate your adherence to the climate change agenda than by recruiting one of the most radical environmentalists out there? Despite some association with Quebec separatists and his public support for socialism, the Liberal Party was desperate to improve its image, and the eco-activists, so landing the present Environment Minister was a challenge the Prime Minister relished. But what did it cost? How many of the 25 meetings were also about recruiting the Environment Minister to run for the Liberal Party? What was the price to get a rumored separatist and committed socialist to becoming part of the pipeline-owning Liberal government? Madam Speaker, Canadians are frustrated. They're frustrated because in Canada, for the longest time, we were told if you work hard, you will get ahead. And if you work hard and pay your taxes, you'll be taken care of when you retire. But those promises, they've been broken. After 9 years of this Liberal government, the Canada so many of us grew up in is gone. People are working harder than ever before. The price of housing and the commute to get to work has grown, while the wages of the working people has stagnated in Canada. What's worse, this Liberal government has overseen the biggest increase in the cost of living since another Trudeau was Prime Minister. Under the Liberals, you pay more for groceries. You pay more for gas, for your home, for your family, and you drive longer to get your job. But since your wage has likely not increased much and cost of everything has skyrocketed, your quality of life and the time you enjoy with your family has declined. This is the reality for many Canadians as they watch Liberals, their friends, and insiders get multi-million-dollar contracts and sweetheart perks they can only imagine. Every day, I get people in my riding either phoning or emailing the office saying how frustrated they are or how hard it is to get by. I say to get by because that's all they've given up on, getting ahead under this government. They just want to get by. People like Carolyn, a senior in my riding. Carolyn turned 65 in March. She has been collecting CPP and expected to automatically receive OAS after her 65th birthday, as her husband had. When May came and she hadn't received anything, she contacted Service Canada. She was told it doesn't necessarily start automatically for some people and that she needed to apply. Carolyn completed her application and submitted it. She was told it would take over 100 days to process. So she waited. Over 100 days, in fact, she waited. And nothing. Crickets. She contacted Service Canada again, and again, and again, only to be told she had missed completing one small section in her application.
Shame.
But no one ever thought to tell her. Despite 100,000 new bureaucrats being hired since the Liberals took office, over 100 days went by, and not one person at the Government of Canada thought maybe it might be a good idea or consider it to reach out and let her know. Madam Speaker, do you know what she was told? Start over. Apply again, then wait 100 more days. There was no let's fill that section out together, or let me fill it in for you, or apply again, but we'll process it immediately because it's already been 100 days. So she applied again from scratch. But she also contacted my office shortly thereafter to let us know how ridiculous this whole process was. So we pushed on her behalf. Now she'll be getting her arrears in 5 days, and regular payments will start at the end of this month. We have lots of stories like this. The frustration of dealing with the biggest, most expensive government in Canadian history. Carolyn faced an unresponsive bureaucracy for months to get a few $100 she's entitled to as a senior, while Liberal friends and insiders continue to get millions of dollars in contracts and zero accountability. That's really why people are so frustrated. Or what about people like Travis in my riding? Travis works hard. He pays his taxes. Travis is proud of his family. Travis has lived in Angus since 1996 and in the same home since 2007. Recently, though, there's been a lot of growth in this area, with many new developments taking place as people have left Toronto for slightly more affordable properties and obviously better federal representation, and they moved to Simcoe Grey. There's been so much growth that Canada Post had to change postal codes. Inexplicably, it was existing residents who were given new postal codes, though, instead of the people moving into the new developments. What's worse is that when these residents began updating their new postal codes with their insurance companies, their rates jumped. In Travis's case, his home insurance went up 50%, and his car went up 50% as well. Ridiculous. Seemed bizarre, so my office investigated it further. It turns out the new postal codes put longtime rural residents like Travis into what is now considered an urban postal code. And because crime is now out of control in our cities, thanks to the Liberals' soft on crime policies, insurance rates have skyrocketed. And if you're lucky enough to have what is considered an urban postal code, your rates will have jumped as well. Even if you're near the same house for many, many years, since Canada Post is about as accountable as the Liberal government, Travis was stuck trying to appeal this ripoff to the Ombudsman. But even they couldn't help. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in my riding that have faced that this year. I have been bombarded with calls because their insurance has went up, they haven't moved, and it's ridiculous right now because people are having a tough time getting by. It's been extremely frustrating and expensive, and it's been a hassle for all these hardworking people just trying to get ahead. And all the while, Liberal insiders are getting millions of dollars, no questions asked. And Liberal members pretend to be outraged as to why we're still talking about this matter. How dare opposition members take them to task over corruption and complete mismanagement? It's because of people like Travis and Carolyn who play by the rules but have a harder and harder time getting ahead. Or how about Colleen, another constituent of mine in Simcoe Grey? She contacted my office back in March when CRA sent her notice that she had an $8,000 debt dating back to 2017 for benefits she was not entitled to. CRA took issue that Colleen had said she was separated, but she was still living in the same house with her former partner. Life is really expensive for Canadians post-COVID, but even in 2017, it was difficult for those going through a divorce or separation to get a new home. So Colleen took the advice of her lawyer and for financial reasons, remained in the lower level of the house until it could be sold. The sale took a year. Colleen isn't the only person who has faced this sort of situation. I'm sure some of the members in this House are aware of similar cases. Colleen and her husband's separation was documented as May 1st, 2017. They began separate lives. They even had separate schedules to use the one kitchen in the home. Oddly, while CRA came after her demanding $8,000 in payments, it accepted the date of separation for her now ex-husband, who was living in the same address.
Having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration on the privilege motion at 11 a.m. on Monday, November 18, 2024. And the honourable member will then have 4 minutes and 10 seconds the next time that this is before the House, which, pursuant to Standing Order 94, I wish to inform honourable members that private members' business will be suspended on that day as well. It being 2:30, the House stands adjourned until Monday, November 18th, 2024, at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1. Have a good weekend. Have a good week in your writing.